these obligations. I'm not going to force you, but if you want to get the most out of this class and you don't want to waste your time or your money, you're going to do these things that I recommend, and you will be thankful at the end. If you don't, you're most likely going to receive a little bit of hurt, a little bit of pain, and you might apologize. I don't know. But for now, I want you to open up your textbook to page 13. And those of you online, there's a new version of the textbook. It's the 48th edition for you guys, units 1 and 2. I'm going to scan the new version of the textbook, but for now, I'm going to pull it up. You can all see my screen online, right?
Yes.
I'm going to need that in just a moment, but let me also 40 seconds. Edition. We're going to cover at least 2 units in every single session. Today is no different. It's going to be units 1 and 2. I might not teach chronologically, which means I might not start with the unit you expect. Today is going to be units 1 and 2. I will actually teach in that specific order, but tomorrow I'm going to start with unit 4. And then we will backtrack to unit 3. We're going to cover all units in this textbook. Can you guess how many units are in the textbook? There are 19 units in the textbook. Good job. Oh, okay. So please expand it all the way. So on page 13, which is where I instructed you to navigate to, you'll see at the top of page 13, what does it say? It says unit 1, what? Exam. At the end of every unit in this textbook, on 19 units, now you know, is an exam. It's a review of the relevant information we discuss within that unit. And as your instructor who's looking out for your best interests, you need to do these every single night. You don't skip them. So that includes tonight. At the end of the session today, I will remind you, hey, listen, what are we doing? We're doing the review questions for units 1 and 2, or whatever units that we cover within that day's session. Today is units 1 and 2. Because the next day we're going to review. So it's a threefold learning process, right? I'm going to introduce you to some information that you need to know to pass your exam, protect yourself as real estate professionals. You're going to challenge yourself with that information, i.e. these questions every single night. And then the next day we're going to review. So it's really going to stick. And that's what sets us apart from most schools that unfortunately no longer exist. We've been in business for a long time because we know exactly what you need to know. So stick with it. We're looking out for your best interest always. So if you don't want an awkward moment between you and I, when I call on you to read out the question and tell me what you got as your answer, just make sure you do them every single night. Okay, sound good? All right. Obviously, today is the first day of class, so there's no questions to review, but we are going to start with unit 1. Before we get into it, in your folders, those of you in person, we're missing about 4 students right now in person for whatever reason. Just texting my staff, letting them know, because maybe people can't find the location, whatever the case may be. Maybe they went to our previous location. I don't know. But you guys made it. Thank you. Did the video help? The one that we emailed to you? Like when you park in the parking lot and then navigate, you just went to the front and they told you, hey, listen, it's up the elevator and to the left or something. I don't know. Is it they share
the chat?
The chat? Okay, yeah, I'm glad the chat worked out.
Yeah, it was.
But you didn't receive the video.
No.
Okay, let me just mention that to them. mentioned they didn't receive the instructional video to find the location. Okay. All right. So 5-step guide is in front of you. And you could navigate to the second page. So flip it over. And you'll see on the back the 5 basic steps towards obtaining your Florida Real Estate Sales Associate license. And we're going to go through these steps together. They're pretty straightforward. I made this for you, not that this came with a textbook or anything like that, but I made it for you so that way, if you can't remember what we discussed in class, completing these steps towards getting my real estate license, you always have it in that folder. So you can always refer to this as a 1-step, 1-sheet reference as to what you need to do in order to get your real estate license. Now, step number 1, you're doing it right now, okay? So you're in the right place. It's complete the pre-license course, 63-hour pre-license course. But if you're here every single day, then we're going to cover all the hours needed. Are you with me on that? Step number 2 is submit what electronically? Fingerprints. Yeah, submit your fingerprints electronically. It's for a criminal background check. They call it CBC. And it's a level 2 background check, which means not just Florida, but also national. This requires for you to submit fingerprints electronically, and we made it easy for you. Those of you who already purchased it and the link is not working yet, we activate it once class starts because I want to mention some things to you. But you need to do that. So if you received the email from us and it said, buy the background check or whatever, purchase it. Okay, purchase it. You'll get a unique link that allows you to schedule to do your fingerprints at a convenient location because we have a partnership with a national fingerprinting company. And they have locations all over Daytona, all over the place. You ever seen like a UPS store or a FedEx store where they do fingerprints over there? Well, we partner with them. So it makes it easy for you. And you're probably wondering, okay, what's the cost? It's $105. That's what it costs. So do it as soon as possible because I want to make sure by the end of this class, and even we partner with this company nationally. So I know that Abby, you're taking class in Pennsylvania. We have a partnership with them as well. So they have locations in Pennsylvania as well. Just thought I might mention that to you. I want to make sure by the end of this class that you're approved to, or at least eligible. You'll see online it says your application and fingerprints are approved. That gives you the ability to schedule your state exam, which is one of these steps. And we'll go through it in just a moment. Step number 3 is to submit what electronically? Your application. There's no way around these steps. You need to complete the fingerprints. You need to complete the application. Actually, fingerprints and application go hand in hand with one another. You can't have one without the other. And they won't touch your application until you submit the fingerprints electronically. And that's why it's step number 3. So submit your fingerprints, wait at least 24 hours, then submit the application. And the application is the cheapest it's ever been in our history of being in business and offering this course. It used to be, when I got my license, several $100s. And you had to submit your application by mail. I mean, you had to print out the application, make sure it's the latest version of the application. They could switch the version. And then you submitted it for no reason, wasted your money. With 2 money orders, why 2? Well, 1 money order was for your application, and you had to fill it out by hand. You can imagine how many people made mistakes with that. With electronic, they can catch mistakes and, oh, you missed this field, you can't move on to the next step. No, with submitting by hand, people had all kinds of errors. But besides that, you had to submit a fingerprinting card. Have you ever seen that before, like an FBI fingerprinting card? You had to roll your fingers in ink and then press it onto this card, submit it with your application. And you had to give a separate money order to process your criminal background check. It was a lot. It was a lot. But now everything is streamlined. with the electronic fingerprints, electronic application, and it's about $40 now. Used to be several $100s. Now it's $40. It's the cheapest it's ever been to get your real estate license. So lucky for you guys. And what other career can you jumpstart in 2 weeks and help somebody potentially make the biggest financial commitment they've ever made in their entire life? Just think about that. Don't take this responsibility lightly. You get to be a part of this wonderful journey that this family is going through. That's why I mentioned this is the people business. Anyhow, I give you all the links. myfloridalicense.com. I'll take you on a quick field trip because I know you guys love field trips. I'll show you how simple it is to submit the application. All right, so this is myfloridalicense.com. And then this is DeBeeper's website, DBPR, the Department of Business and Professional Regulation. But you'll see on the first page, it says apply for a license. You click that, and then you'll see a list of all they issue so many different licenses. Okay, so we're talking about professional licenses. Kickboxing is on here. Geologists, really? But we're trying to get a real estate license, so you click on real estate commission. It's easy to find. And then this tab is already selected, apply for a license, and you click on the first one that says, it's on your handout as well, all the steps. You'll notice it's consistent. And then you'll see under real estate sales associate, of course, that's the license you're trying to obtain. And you click on the first one, sales associate. It's called RE1. But anyhow, you scroll down to the bottom and you click on the button that says apply using online services. And there you have it. Create an account. Okay. You fill out this information, submit it, and that's also on your handout. They'll send you a temporary password. You log back in, you change your password, and your application is going to be waiting there for you. At the end, they're going to ask for payment. But I mentioned that to you, the cost. The application, as you can see on your handout, under that third step, the last bullet point on that third step, is valid for how many years? 2 years. But we're talking about an approved application. So once your application and fingerprints have been approved, this gives you the ability to schedule your state exam. And that application is valid for 2 years. So that's plenty of time to pass the state exam, get your license. Shouldn't be an issue, but then again, people procrastinate. We know that. Step number 4, you have to pass the Cameron Academy. What? Class exam. We do have a final exam. Nothing you can't handle. And we will provide exactly what you need to know to pass the class exam. So I'll give you specific highlights. I'll say, hey, listen, this is for the class exam. Maybe I'll give you the question number. I can't give you questions and answers, but I'll give you the information that you need to focus on specifically to pass. Is that okay? I'm pretty sure that's okay. Yeah, most people like that. So you can make your own study guide and put it in order 1 through 100. That's up to you, but I will provide you with exactly what you need to know to focus on to pass the class exam. And the reason why is because it's a stepping stone. Let's be honest with each other. We issue a certificate. Of course, you need the certificate to take the state exam, but we don't issue the license. The state issues the license. So while you're here, while I have you in my grasp, I'm going to make sure you have everything you need to know to pass the state exam on your first attempt. And that's most of our students. They pass on the first attempt. That should be you. It's based on independent research, and we collect some specific information from you guys to find that information out. You know what's interesting? As a school, I'm not allowed to advertise my pass-fail rate of my students. How silly is that? Do you agree with that? No, because if you go to nursing school, whatever nursing school you went to, they're allowed to publish and advertise their pass-fail rate. That's why you chose one versus another. But in real estate, you can't do that. So you can choose the right school. They want to eliminate the competition, right? They want to make it fair between all schools. I don't agree with that. If a school is outperforming others, their students, and passing the state exam their first attempt, which we found out we're head and shoulders above the rest. You know the pass-fail rate for the state? Not Cameron Academy, the state. It's like
I think 60%. It's insane. I
Yeah.
remember being high.
So passing rate is like 49% on the first attempt. It's worse for second and beyond attempts. So our students are about 80%. That should be you. You have a question?
Yeah, can you hear me with my headphones on?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure. Is it just one exam that we have to take for the state? Just for reference, in Pennsylvania, we have to do both a national
Exactly.
and a state, so it's two.
Exactly. Like, and other licenses, mortgage license, you have to do state and national, but that's not for real estate here in Florida,
Okay.
which is a beautiful thing. You only have to take
Yes.
one exam. And we'll see details of that here, but let me share the information that you need to know for the class exam. Where do you take it? You take your class exam through our website. So the same account that you created when you enrolled for this class is the same account where you would navigate to take the final exam. Is that fair? Yeah. And it's timed. Yes, question.
I did not sign up for the class. My boyfriend did it for me. But
Okay.
the thing is,
Yes.
when he did the using, the time was not showing that he's in it because he took it.
Okay. So, but you're enrolled?
Yeah, enrolled. He put my username.
Okay.
and
You have to go in using that login credential. You can change your information, but you have to change your information because you have to fill it out completely. And that goes for everybody in here. Make sure your student profile is completely filled out and accurate because that's the information that populates on your certificate that we issue when you pass the class exam. You don't want his information appearing on the certificate because obviously that wouldn't be valid and there would be errors there associated with it. So we do a good job of keeping track of it, but it's up to you to make sure your information is current, up to date. Is that okay? Yeah, we'll talk about that in just a moment, but that's a good question. All right, how many days access do you have for the class exam? 30 days. That starts from today. So you have 30 days from today to wrap up everything with us. What's today's date? The 20th, right? So you have by February 19th to finish everything with Cameron Academy. So that means complete all your courses, well, your classes, just in case you miss a day, because I know there's, Abby, you mentioned your associate, he's not able to make it today, so he's gonna have to make up the first day of class. The good news is we allow you to make up missed classes, but there's one of two ways to accomplish that, and it has to be done within 30 days starting from today, from the scheduled course that you're enrolled for. There's the free way, and then there's the convenient way, okay? The free way is you come back and you attend one of our upcoming classes, as long as we have one available in the next 30 days, to make up the specific day you missed. So if you miss units, and it's not about the day, it's about the units. If you miss units 3 and 4, you got to make up units 3 and 4. There's no way around it because there's schools that allow you to miss days. I think it's doing you a disservice, and you can agree to this as a student, because if you miss those days, then you're missing content that you're going to be tested on for your state exam. And it's so condensed, the course, that you need all the information. So if you don't pass the state exam because you don't recognize questions because that school allow you to miss those days, then you're going to point the finger at that school. We don't do that. We just hold our students accountable, and our students are successful head and shoulders above the rest because of that. Now, that's the free way. The quick way, which most people take advantage of, is paying. You pay to access videos, you watch the videos, and that's the way to make it up. So we charge $25 per unit. So if you don't want to pay extra, just be here and be here for the class that you were enrolled for. We're not going to charge you anymore if that's the case. What is my scroll wheel still going nuts? Boy, that's crazy. Can you guys hear me online? You have to turn on your mic. Just want to make sure I'm not frozen for you guys.
Yes, I can hear
Oh,
you. Yep.
all right. I'll close out this application and then anyhow, we'll move on. So how many hours do we give you? What's the duration to take the test? It's maximum 3-hour tests. That's the allotted time. So when you click that start button, the clock ticks down. That comes from the state. So we have to administer an exam that's 3 hours maximum for you guys to complete. I wish I can give you longer. I wish I can give you a whole day if you want it. But the state says 3 hours. Now, it's plenty of time. Most students, they complete the exam in maybe like an hour and a half, under 2 hours. Most students. If you finish early, the recommendation, and hopefully you take my advice, if you finish early, go back and review. Don't second guess yourself, because some people are overthinkers. Maybe that's you, maybe that's not you. If you are, then you can easily admit it. Yeah, I overthink. It's okay. I freeze up when I'm taking a computerized test because the pressure is on. It's called test anxiety. It's okay. A lot of people suffer with this. There's ways to beat that, and I can help you navigate strategies to beat it. However, keep your butt in that seat for the full 3 hours. It's going to contribute towards your success. Your first instinct is your best. So don't go back and change things that you were confident about the first time around, unless information later on in the exam helps you trigger some of that memory. Because you'll notice that when you take exams, as you go through the questions, you're like, oh my gosh, this question here helps me actually answer this question that was earlier on in the exam. Helps you connect those dots. You'll see that as well for the state exam, and I'll give you plenty of test taking strategies. But I digress. You have maximum how many attempts to pass the class exam? Two attempts. If you don't pass in your first attempt, the rule is, and this is in your textbook as well, you have to wait 30 days for your second attempt. 30 days have to pass, and then you can try for your second time. Don't let it happen to you. Imagine how much information you could lose and the momentum you lose in 30 days, and you can pass in your first attempt. Everybody should get 100 based on the information I'm providing to you. The exam is proctored online through our website. You're taking it independently. Quiet space, no distractions. You understand? We're not responsible for faulty internet connections. That's on you. You got to make sure you have a reliable internet connection. And we have everything tracked, let's just say that, with our tech team. They monitor everything so they can see if internet goes out, all of these things. So we have to we have to take some accountability because we already know what's going on. Passing grade on your first attempt. What's the passing grade? 70% or higher. So you're telling me, Michael, I can miss 30 questions and still pass the class? Yes. Shame on you if you fail our class exam. Don't fail, please. Not to add any additional pressure, but come on. Something else is going on in your life if you can't pass. But listen, once again, I'm here for your guidance. I'm here for your help. And I don't want to put you in a position where you're going to fail. So come see me if you need assistance. That's what I'm here for. It's what you invested in, rather than taking class through in front of a computer screen. You understand what I'm saying? Online classes and so forth, because those are available. We offer those. Anyhow, if you don't pass, you have to wait 30 days, as I mentioned to you. And your second attempt, what's your passing grade need to be? 75% or higher. So a little bit higher, but still 75%. It's a piece of cake. Don't let it happen to you. And you only have maximum 2 attempts. So if you don't pass on your second attempt, what happens? You got to retake the course. Repay tuition, please. I don't need you to pay more money to Cameron Academy to take the class all over again. I don't need you to do that. I need you to pass. It's what makes me happy. It's what makes a symbiotic relationship between you and I. So pass. Take advantage of the tools that I provide to you. That's what I want to see. Now, a certificate is automatically going to be added to your account when you pass the class exam. So make sure your account information is accurate, up to date. Everything has to be consistent. What does that mean? The same address, full name, birth date, everything that you provide to the state when you submit your application is the same information that should be on your profile with Cameron Academy. They will not let you sit to take your state exam if it's not matching, because when you go to the state testing facility, they want to see a copy of the certificate we issue, which you can easily print out from your dashboard. So make sure it's consistent. And the certificate we issue is good for how long? Validity, it's 2 years. We just mentioned that the certificate is 2 years and the application is 2 years. So that means you have plenty of time to pass the state exam and get your license, essentially 2 years. Shouldn't be an issue. And the last step towards obtaining your license is what? Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Pass the state exam. Schedule and pass, of course. You would take your state exam through the national testing vendor. DBEPR, that's what we call them, the Department of Business and Professional Regulation. They have a contract with a testing company. So they're a software company, a tech company, and you schedule through the tech company. And they have locations all over the nation. They're called Pearson VUE. It's in front of you. It's on your handout. PearsonVUE.com. And I can take you on a quick field trip real quick. Okay, so this is Pearson VUE.
Much as surprised that's not the company you partnered with to
They might have just gotten into the fingerprint business. But I like the company that we're partnered with. They're saturated, yeah. So on this search tool on the homepage of Pearson VUE's website, and all the steps are on your handout, by the way, you have to search for the type of license that you're trying to test for, and they're national, so you have to be specific on the state. So type Florida first, and then as soon as you type R for real estate, that's Florida real estate license, there's only one option. Well, real estate. Oh, I guess now it's AI enabled. Huh. Okay. Anyhow, it's called Florida Real Estate and Appraisers. You click on that, and then you'll see this page. Most of you do not have an account, so you just click create an account here, and that's on your handout. And they're going to ask for some initial information. First name, last name, and something called a Florida Real Estate Application ID. FLREAPPID. Florida Real Estate Application ID. So you'll get this when your application and fingerprints have been approved. They send it to you via email, and it's a 9-digit code. And they want you to put this 9-digit code into their website. They collaborate with one another. That allows you to make an account and schedule based on a location that's convenient to you. Pretty simple, straightforward. What's the passing grade for the state exam? Yeah. It's 75% or higher every single time. And that's in front of you as well. Let me just pull this up for whatever reason. Don't send a report, but let me pull this up. For whatever reason, it closed out. Okay. That's great. If Louis is in here watching, you got some splaining to do. It's one of my staff members. He proctors. For whatever reason, it's not pulling up. But anyhow, I have this other version. So the last step, just so we're clear on it, you have to pass the state exam 75% or higher. How long does the state give you to complete? How many hours?
3.5.
3.5 hours. It costs money to schedule your state exam. It's about $40 to $50. It's not expensive, but that's per attempt. There's unlimited attempts, but you want to pass in your first attempt, so you save that money, right? 3.5 hours. If you finish early, most people finish in under 3 hours. Go back and review. Same thing. Prepare mentally right now to keep your butt in that seat for the full time that they give you. That's what you pay for. Get the most out of it. Review, 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 review. until you feel confident, then submit it until they kick you out of that chair. When you go to the state testing facility, they don't allow you to bring anything into the room where the computers sit. So any wearable technology, those Facebook Meta glasses, whatever the case may be, you have to put it in a locker. Jackets, all of these things to avoid cheating at all costs. Of course, no cell phone. They give you a calculator, and it's going to be on the computer screen most likely. They give you a scrap sheet of paper to copy down some notes, work out problems. There's going to be a little bit of math, real estate math, practical math, math you're actually going to use and be able to grasp the concept of. And if you don't pass for whatever reason, you have to pay for the next attempt, but you have to wait at least 24 hours before you can reschedule. And you can even pay to review the tests you failed. Within 21 days of the fail date, that information is there. You can pay. You go back to the testing facility. They give you an hour and a half to look over the test you failed. And you can't write anything down or take anything with you, but you can see the information you got wrong. So that way you can focus on the right information the second time around. If you pass the state exam, they give you a printout that says pass. Congratulations. That's it. You don't get your score. You don't get that satisfaction. It would be great if you get your score, because then you have the bragging rights and everything that comes along with it. I got 98%, right? But they don't provide that to you. If you fail, they give you your score. Isn't that interesting? And they'll tell you what your score is and how many questions you missed out of all the units you were tested on. So it gives you the breakdown, 19 units. They give you 5 questions out of unit 3. How many questions out of 5 did you get right versus wrong? That's helpful. They didn't have to do that, right? But they provide it to you, obviously. And then you can prepare better the second time around. It's not the end of the world. Don't quit, please. I know people that are probably the most successful real estate agents you've ever seen in the business. People that have TV shows, even based out of Central Florida, that have those TV shows on HGTV and so A&E and all of those. They started with failure. Some of those people are my students, and I know their testimonial. And they started with a failure, and they didn't let it get them down. They missed by a few points. I didn't pass on my first attempt. I was 18, granted, at the time. When I took my state exam, I got a 74. What's the passing grade need to be? Flipping 75, yeah. So I could have easily quit at that time. I'm 18. I'll figure it out. You can make mistakes at that age, bounce back and do something else and turn a different page and so forth. But I was determined, and I didn't let it go. Plus, I also told a lot of friends and family that I was going to pass and don't wish me luck and all of these things. I went in a little bit too hot, a little bit too confident. And I got my shirt handed back to me, and that's okay. And it started my career providing real estate education. Think about that. And investing and buying dozens of properties over my career, developing apartment complexes on the beach and all of these things. It started with a failure. So that could be you as well, and that's okay. But most of our students pass in the first attempt. If you dedicate yourself to not dilute the fact that I didn't pass my first attempt. I was 18 and I probably didn't study as much as I should have. I'm just being frank with you. I wasn't the best student at that age, but you're here, you're dedicating your time, you're contributing your money, finances towards this goal that you need to accomplish. Go all the way through with it, no matter what it takes. And you can pass on the first attempt. I have confidence in you. You can do it. All right? Just stick to what we show you. You'll be fine. Is that okay? How do you guys feel so far? Good. I gave you an index card. You're probably wondering what this index card was all about. And I'll help you, Dawson, real quick. I want you to fold your index card over, kind of like you're making a hot dog bun. See? And then with the bottom open, like so, I want you to write your first name big and bold across the front of it. Big and bold, so I can see it. And set it down in front of you. Take it with you at the end of class. And we'll take a break. If you have any additional questions, you need support, I included information regarding that. Support@CameronAcademy.com. You use the chat. You're familiar with how that works. So we're always available. Just make sure you get in touch with us to let us know your issue, and we're good problem solvers as well. Any questions thus far? All right, let's take a break. I am going to see if I can find another TV, maybe. I don't know.
Didn't have a third on standby, so we don't.
I didn't have a third TV. That's wild.
Put your phone on now.
Right. I don't think I have an extra TV at home. So I got to figure that out. Maybe in my storage unit, but that's in South Orlando. Let me see what I can do. Anyhow, let's take a break. I want you guys to be back at 10:30. No, 10:25. Give you about 30 minutes. Stretch out, grab a snack, make a phone call, that good stuff. Be ready to rock and roll. I'll see you guys right back here, 10:25.
In an era where online education often falls short, there's an oasis transforming the digital learning landscape. Welcome to Cameron Academy. With our AI-powered platform, we're not just changing the game, we're rewriting the rules. At Cameron Academy, we're not just elevating education, we're lifting learners to new heights. Our comprehensive video lessons and AI tutors simplify complex real estate concepts. At Cameron Academy, we do more than prepare you for your exams. We equip you with the essential knowledge for a successful career in real estate. Break away from the traditional. Think computerized exams. A convenient study app at your fingertips and AI support, but wait, that's not all. Live chat support when you need it, AI-driven text-to-speech content, your own personal AI tutor, and instant online certifications. This isn't just education. This is the future. We're reimagining what it means to ascend to success in the real estate industry. Choose Cameron Academy, the oasis of innovative learning. Your journey to success starts here.
All right, hang on one second, guys. I'm gonna be right back. All right, let's get started with our session for today. It's going to be units 1 and 2. We're going to start with unit 1. If you can open up your textbooks, page 1. So unit 1, we can see for unit 1, it's an introduction to the real estate business. I mean, the title is The Real Estate Business. Pretty self-explanatory. We're going to jump right into it with what we actually see on page number 2. But real quick, on page number 1, every unit starts the same. You'll see the unit number, upper left-hand corner. You'll see the title, key learning objectives we're going to discuss throughout the unit, and real estate terminology. Yes, in the back of your book, you do have a glossary, term and definition. But those of you who saw that we have an exam prep that we offer, most students get the exam prep because for the terminology, we made digital flashcards for you guys. So you can see the definition, try to guess what the term is, and you can flip over the card and practice with every single unit, and it's divided as such. If you look at the front cover of your textbook and also your notebook as well, there's a QR code. QR code will take you directly to the exam prep, or you can just look for it online, Florida Real Estate Exam Prep. That's on our website, using our search tool. But if you do that, it's going to help you out tremendously so you can focus on the right things to pass the state exam. It has audio files. So if you have a long commute to get here, you can review the most important parts of every single unit. It has hundreds of practice questions. That's the best tool right there. You need as many state exam type questions that you can get your hands on. We've done that. We've already done the work. So we put it all in one place for you guys. And then it's not just the questions and answers is also explanations that we provide for every single one of those questions that you work on. So you really understand why it's correct versus maybe something that you might have answered in a different way. What else did I put in there? I put audio files, math videos as well. So when we get to the math, if you feel like math is not your strong suit, we're going to make it your strong suit. But if you need additional practice or you need to hear it again, you can utilize that. And I'm pretty sure I'm missing other things, but go to page 2. And if you look specifically on line 9, here's where we're going to begin. You can highlight this first paragraph here. Why it's this color? Yeah. So that first paragraph, this is just an introduction, really. It's whole unit. As a real estate professional, you're going to provide specialized service and expertise for various types of compensation. That's what you're hired for. That's what people need you for. And there are different areas of knowledge you must have and be able to provide to prospective buyers, sellers, owners, renters in our business. And that's what we see on this list. Let's go through each one of these. By the way, if you're looking online and you see this information that's pre-highlighted for the class exam, this is going to change because we're on a new edition of the textbook. I'm going to provide this to you tomorrow. I'm going to work on this tonight. Anyhow, but the first area of knowledge we must have, what does it say? Details of property transfer. As a real estate professional, is it important for us to be familiar with the process of transferring real property? Of course. What goes into the transfer of real property? What about contracts? What about understanding financing terms? Understanding the different types of real estate involved and what goes into that transaction based on the real estate that's being transferred. There's so many different things that we're going to discuss in later units, zoning ordinances and so forth, property taxes. We'll see this in a later unit. There's going to be units dedicated specifically towards all of those components, but that's one area of knowledge you must have. The second is knowledge of what? Market conditions. There's only 4 people. You can't hide, okay? So I need some participation. I want to know who's participating, who's not. Just shout it out. It's okay. Makes it a little bit more interactive, makes my job easier. So yes, we see knowledge of market conditions. This is understanding what current state our real estate market is in without even having a real estate license. What do you think about the market right now? You think it's a volatile market? You think it's a buyer's market, a seller's market? Buyer's market? Maybe if you have cash, right? Then you can fight a little bit for what you want because cash is king, of course, besides that, but also financing. Wow. It's hard to qualify, isn't it? Because interest rates are so high. What happens when interest rates come down? It's probably going to change some things, right? People are waiting on the sidelines right now until rates hit below 5%, and then they're jumping all over it. Anybody a homeowner in here already? Okay, one of us, 2 of us? You know, I don't know when you got your mortgage loan.
2008.
2008? Yeah.
It's more severe.
So, but interest rates are different, right? I mean, think about a few years ago when interest rates are like 2.5%, 3%. Those people are not selling their houses because then they have to become buyers all over again with interest rates at 7%, 8%.
I think there's some people that are wonderful.
Maybe. And then there's things called subject to. It's a very popular thing in the investment world right now because people locked in those low interest rates. So there's buyers that are willing to take over their debt with that low interest rate for those people that just can't afford it. You know, circumstances change in people's lives and they can't afford to hold on to the property. Well, I don't want to get a new loan with 7%. I'll take over your loan with 2.5%, you know? We'll talk about that in a later unit. And the third area of knowledge is how to market real estate and businesses. This is how to spread the word. we're talking about marketing. We understand marketing, right? The concept. You should always be in tune with market conditions and know when is a good time to buy, when is a good time to sell, and how to spread the word versus a for sale by owner that puts a sign in the front yard or an ad in a local newspaper that's kind of old school or a social media ad. We have tools in our tool bag that can spread the word, take it a little bit farther. We pay for these tools. We'll talk about how you can get access to these tools once you get your real estate license, but we'll save that for later on. Go to the next page, page 3, and our next subject is real estate brokerage. You can highlight this, highlight that first paragraph, lines 2 through 5. We refer to our real estate business as real estate brokerage. This is what we call our business. So what is it the business of? Bringing together what? Buyers and sellers, owners and renters, and with completing of a real estate what? Transaction. That's how we get compensated for being a matchmaker, essentially. We're introducing parties to one another. We're a middleman. And with that, we get paid, just like other licenses. But you can see brokerage. If you're brokering something, you're negotiating between two parties to facilitate a transaction. In this case, a real estate transaction, real estate brokerage. And there's many components to our business, as you can see. You see on line 4, leasing, managing, appraising, financing, counseling, consulting. We'll talk about those components. And that leads us on to what we see next on line 12. Now that the paragraph below that we're skipping over, it talks about not being a jack of all trades because then you'll be a master of none. I'm pretty sure you've heard the saying before. And I did mention you should find a niche for yourself in this business. However, I'm just not wired in that way. If I'm being completely honest with you guys, I like to learn as much as possible and I don't want to spread myself thin. However, if it's something that I'm not familiar with in the real estate business, I want to learn as much as possible. And that is being kind of a jack of all trades. It helps me from this position as a real estate instructor, but if I'm trying to be on the sales side of the business, I want to specialize. If I'm just being completely frank with you. So figure out what that is. Are you going to be a Windermere property specialist? Maybe it's a geographic niche that you create for yourself, or is it selling a specific type of real estate? We'll talk about that in just a moment. There's a name for that, and you'll be tested on that terminology. But on line 12, we see the first component naturally is sales and what? Yeah, of course. This is a sales position. Hence the name. You're going to be a what associate once you get your license? You're going to be a sales associate. So you are going to be selling something. That's something you're not necessarily comfortable with. Just understand it's an acquired skill. It's something that can be learned. Some people, they're just natural at that. Well, it's really, when it comes to sales, it's the interaction you have with people. That's number one. So if somebody can just build rapport with another very quickly, then you say, oh, they're a great salesperson. They're natural at it. But that sales is a people business. And on top of that, it's the power of persuasion to explain, to convey why your ideas are, or what you're trying to sell is more superior than the next. We'll talk more about the psychology of sales. Not that's what this class is for and about, but I think it's important for you to hear. So we'll kind of go out of the black and white and read between the lines a little bit, and I'll share some personal experience I have with it. Anyhow, sales and leasing. This is going to be a sales position. You can accomplish becoming very successful as a salesperson, even if you have no sales experience. Who has no sales experience in here? Okay, one of us? Okay, you're on the accounting side, right? So they got you trapped in a room or behind a computer, whatever the case may be. But once again, it's how you interact with people. And you can become that person. Now, what do you need to know here? Well, there's different sales specialities, as we can see in front of us. Essentially, it's the 5 areas of real estate. Sales is the lifeblood of real estate brokerage. We just learned real estate brokerage is a real estate business. That's what we call it. So if sales is the lifeblood of real estate brokerage, that means if there's no sales, there's no real estate business. We need salespeople. You got to sell houses. You have to convince people to rent a particular property, all of that. But there's 5 sales specialties into the 5 areas of real estate. Once you get your real estate license, you can deal in all 5. You're not limited to, oh, I have to be one of these. Specifically, maybe it's residential. A lot of people go into residential sales. They're thinking that's the only choice once you get your sales associate license. No. Once you get your Florida real estate sales associate license, you can sell residential. What's the others? Yeah, highlight these. Yeah. Commercial, industrial, agricultural, and businesses. You can deal in all 5, guys. You're not limited to one. So you can sell somebody's single family house and simultaneously help them sell their barbershop. That's acceptable. And this is a Florida real estate license, not a Winter Park, Orlando, Daytona real estate license. You understand? So you can sell wherever you wish in the state of Florida. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that an amazing thing? So you can go where the money exists and where people are buying property. These trends happen all the time. Think about how many people are moving to Tampa, Hillsborough, that area. It's absolutely exploded. Miami. When people are thinking to move from a colder place, let's say Pennsylvania, Abby, to Florida, they're thinking, listen, I want to be somewhere tropical. I don't want to be stuck in the middle of the state. I want to go to the coast. And what's the best coast? Where do the best beaches exist? So this is how people think when they're coming from other states. And you're not limited to Central Florida. So just think about that. And maybe you can take a risk. Join a brokerage along the coast somewhere or move. You have that flexibility. Pretty cool. Naturally, the most popular real estate transaction is the first on this list, which is what? Residential. And to understand what residential property is, I'm going to get you guys to write something down in the margin next to it. You have to be able to identify what residential property is for exam purposes. You're going to be tested on this. And write this down. Residential is 4 units or less on 10 acres or less. Write that down. 4 units or less on 10 acres or less. So what is 4 units or less on 10 acres or less? What is that referring to? Well, Michael, you might be wondering what the flip is a unit. A unit is just a dwelling space where a family can have privacy. Separate dwelling space, essentially. We'll talk more about this later on, towards the end of this course, actually, the definition of a household unit. But it falls under that definition. So a separate dwelling space, and it's 4 or fewer. So could it be a condo unit? Is that a separate dwelling space? Individually owned, separate dwelling space, a condo unit? Yeah. So that could be residential. If you sell a condo unit, you'd be selling residential property. What about a townhouse?
Yeah.
What about a single family house?
Absolutely.
What about a duplex?
Absolutely.
Is that 4 or fewer? Yeah. What about a triplex? What about a quadruplex? All 4 units or, yeah, all 4 units or less. And that's residential. Falls under that definition. If we're not talking, here's why it's so important. And the fact that you wrote it down, why this is important as well. Most of the laws that were created in the state of Florida, real estate laws, were established to protect people that are buying property to live in, which is residential. They're residing there, residential, residing. Make sense? So therefore, on your exam, when they're not talking about residential, the same rules might not what? Apply. This happens time and time again. I'm going to identify it for you in the textbook. I'll show you. Hey, listen, this is an exception to the rule. Usually when they tell you about a law, they'll probably provide like an exception to the law. And usually the exception is when we're not talking about residential property. I'll show you this time and time again. It's going to be consistent. And a vacant piece of land could be classified as residential, but it would be how many acres?
Less than 10.
Yes, 10 acres or less. Over 10 acres, not considered to be residential. Doesn't mean that people can't live on agricultural property or farmland, but under the definition of what residential is. Now you know. If we continue on to commercial, I want you to look at the end of line 32. This gives you the definition. It says improved residential of more than what? 4 units. Doesn't that indirectly confirm what we just wrote down? So if it's 4 units or less residential, but then it says improved residential of more than 4 units, commercial. They give you great examples: retail stores, office buildings, shopping centers. Drive down, I mean, the building we're currently in, office building. This is commercial. Drive down any major road, you see commercial property. I think we understand, we've seen it. Publix is right next door, commercial. Okay. You can sell commercial as well. I mentioned that to you. If we continue a little bit further down, we see industrial. I'll just give you some examples so you can better understand, because we're going to see this later on, even though we don't talk about it much. A factory, a distribution center, manufacturing facility, industrial. I think we have a general idea of what that looks like. Just think of a factory. Move on to the next page, we see agricultural, basically more than 10 acres. Not always the case. It really has to do with the zoning. Are you familiar with zoning?
Yep.
Zoning ordinances. That is usually dictated by the municipality, the city, the county. What property exists where? Everything has its place. So they say, okay, this area is agricultural. This could be used for farmland. It could be used to grow crops and plant trees and stuff like that. And exactly, cattle, donkeys, whatever the case may be. I think we understand. And businesses. Yes, you can help people sell their business. That's amazing. And if you specialize in business sales, business leasing, look at what they call you. It says real estate licensees who engage in the sale, purchase, or lease of businesses are called what? Called a business broker. Highlight that. You're brokering businesses. Does that make sense? You're brokering, you're negotiating, you're transacting. When you're selling a business, I can admit that it's a little bit more complicated. It's not just the value of the tangible that goes into that transaction. The physical, the real estate.
Is it also all assets, or?
Could be intangible. I'll tell you this, and then you can confirm. If a company has a horrible reputation, is that going to affect the value of that business when it's being sold versus a company that has a stellar reputation?
Yeah.
So that's not something you can touch or feel, but that has value. And it's an acquired skill. You have to learn that aspect of the business. Just come from anywhere, has to be based on something. And usually you compare it to other properties with a similar reputation. And that's how you can kind of figure it out. Let's move on. Our next subject, highlight that first. Actually, target marketing. We're going to discuss this. Target marketing, you can highlight lines 16 through 18. Marketing strategy. And you can highlight lines 22 and 23. You want to set yourself apart from the pack. So how do you do that? Well, with strategies such as target marketing. You want to get specific leads for yourself. You want to generate leads. And that's a skill that you have to constantly develop, because new technology comes out, different ways to market yourself, new platforms. You have to get all those free handles, Threads, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, do it all. It didn't cost any money to sign up. Might cost money for advertising, but it might be worth it if you're targeting specific groups of people to direct a specific message. Now, Abby, I'm going to pick on her for a second because she's in Pennsylvania. They're going to open up a branch here in Florida. At least that's what I'm anticipating her confirming. And maybe she knows a lot of people that are moving from Pennsylvania over to Florida. And that's an emerging market for them. And they're thinking, okay, rather than referring the business out, let's just open up a branch and then we can just send it back to us, our agents in Florida. I'm assuming all of this, by the way. You can deny it if you wish.
Pretty close.
Okay. So you see a lot of potential there. Maybe you want to target people that are transitioning out of a colder state to Florida to live out here. Maybe more opportunity and so forth. So what does that campaign look like? That's target marketing. So you have to figure out, okay, how do I get in touch with those people? Where do those people live? How would I get this advertisement in front of them? So it goes into that psychological aspect of it. I've seen people where they maybe open up a kiosk in a mall in New York, and it says Florida real estate. If you're thinking about moving to Florida, we can help you with that. And then people come up, have questions, and then that's a referral business for you. It's possible. This is very important, having a farm area. And I want you to highlight this on lines. You'll see it on line 29, but you can highlight lines 28 through 30. Farming or having a farm area. What does this do for you as a real estate professional to have a farm area? It's an area of expertise. You remember the niche? So this is selling a specific type of real estate or selling real estate in a specific area or a town. And that's how you can market yourself. It's as simple as that. So you put on your business cards, Winter Park specialist, just making it up. People that are looking for property in Winter Park, they would rather go with somebody who's an expert versus just plain Jane or Joe Schmo. So that's what it brings to you. Just something to consider when you get out there and want to separate yourself from competition. And that's what farming specifically does. Any questions about that? Now, if I were to identify my farm area, it would probably be selling waterfront property. Any type of waterfront, lakefront, canal front, saltwater, intercoastal, beachfront, oceanfront property. I've sold it all. And with that, there's a lot of new things that you have to learn because of regulations from the environment, EPA, setbacks from how close you can build to the water. Can you impact wetlands, right? How much of the impact wetlands can you impact? All of these things that would be new to you if you haven't sold that type of property or have owned that property in the past. Can you build a dock, right? Can you build a seawall? How tall can you build it? All of these things require a certain level of expertise. Let's continue on. I want you to highlight lines 38 and 39. Actually, 38 through 40. Follow up. Follow up is the most important step in sales. So those of you who have sales experience, you know what follow up is. But in real estate, look on line 40. Can somebody read that out for me? What an associate does for what?
Follow-up is what a sales associate does for
Buyers
buyers
and
and sellers after the sale.
After the sale. Keywords after the sale. So it's not like returning phone calls or emails. In real estate, it's what you do after the sale with those buyers, sellers, owners, renters you're working with. Exactly. You gave a little gesture. Building long-lasting business relationships with people. That's what it's all about. If you can understand that that is the most important mission that you have as a real estate professional, you're going to unlock that success that you're thinking about and have dreamed about. Got to build those relationships. That's not an overnight thing. You got to understand, it's not an overnight thing. You have to attend those mixers. You have to attend those open houses. You have to attend those networking meetings. Join a local networking group as well. Start interacting with business owners. For instance, I joined the Chamber of Commerce, the Winter Park Chamber of Commerce. it was okay. But I found more success joining the local Rotary Club. I don't know if you've heard of a Rotary Club. Look it up. Winter Park Rotary Club is the one I'm a part of. And we have former mayors, the current mayor of Winter Park, they're part of the club. Very prestigious individuals that have titles that you want to surround yourself with. And that's what this business is all about, because somebody who's listing their property would much rather utilize the services of somebody that they're familiar with versus somebody that's just cold calling, knocking on the front door and saying, "Hey, you never met me, but can I make some money off of you?" You know, that's the thing that you have to wrap your head around. Once you get that locked in and that's your mentality, you'll be fine. I'm going to be preaching that throughout the class. But what is follow-up good for? What are you talking to your buyers, sellers about?
Everything all right to your liking? And that's a start.
Be careful with that. It's going to open up a can of worms. They're going to unleash on you. No, the faucet is leaking and this, and they're going to blame you, right? You probably don't want to deal with that, but there's a way to navigate that and frame it in a particular way. I know where you're going with this. Do you have any questions for me now that you're settled in? How's Billy? How's Bobby? How's Jane? How their kids? You want to ask them how they're doing. And if you remember names, make a file for them and write down all the family members' names. But learn the names of the people that you're interacting with and helping out and making money off of as well. It's so important, because if you, I don't know, you stumble they're working somewhere, they're at a grocery store, and you interact with them, you don't want to be on your toes. You want to have a comfortable conversation. Oh, how you doing, Bob? Whatever the case may be. There's a book. It's called, it's by Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's a very popular book. Have you heard of this before?
Yes.
These books are like foundational books, mindset books, to really put you down a path. If you're not a big book person, then be an audio book person, but go through these books. I'm a big audio book person. I like to run and throw on an audio book. 2024, I probably read maybe 30, 40 books, something like that. If you haven't started that journey, you're in the right place, first of all, because this is a mindset changer. Once you start a career in real estate and you become a 1099 employee, you're an independent contractor, you're no longer 9 to 5 and on this wheel, your mind is going to start changing. You're thinking like, oh my gosh, it's not just clocking in and clocking out. Like, I got to go out and I got to interact and I got to bust my tail. And then you start seeing the world in a different way. And then you start seeing how you spend your money in a different way. And then you start seeing how you pay taxes a different way and how you can save money with that. And you start taking on this entrepreneurial mindset. And that's how you get out of the wheel. And hopefully this is really sticking with you. So if you haven't started that journey, most people start with like Rich Dad, Poor Dad, 7 Habits of Highly Influential People. Dale Carnegie is a really good set of books. Napoleon Hill is a really good set of books. These are authors, by the way. And things that you should look into. If you want additional lists or you want me to recommend some books, then I can at the break or whatever the case may be. But the point is this, to get back to what's in front of us. This is called the weave, right? Weaving back now. The sweetest words to a person's ears is what? Bingo. It's their own name. So remembering names is so impactful, especially in sales. You gotta memorize people's names. Don't be that person that says, I'm just not doing names. You know who you are. What's your name again? It's okay before this. But once you get into sales, you can't be that person anymore. So you got to reprogram this and say, I'm not that person. What's going to help me remember somebody's name? It's different for everybody. What works for me, I'll tell you. You tell me your name, Dawson. I'm going to repeat it 3 times in my head. And then on the next sentence, I'm going to use your name. Next sentence that comes out of my mouth, I'm going to use your name. Sticks with me. I can almost guarantee that I won't forget it. What works for you? Maybe that, I don't know. But figure it out. And of course, the benefits of follow-up, you're showing that you care about the relationship, good reputation. That's the last sentence on lines 41 and 42. Future referrals, that's what most people think about, word of mouth advertising. But let's go to the next page, page 5, and we see property what? Managing property for others. I'm pretty sure this doesn't require much explanation. And it's a service that we can provide once we get our real estate license. You can participate in property management, not independently. You have to be working for a broker that has a property management company. And I know we mentioned earlier the steps towards getting your license, but I failed to mention one additional feature of that. One additional step if you want to start making money in the business. Once you pass the state exam and the state issues your license, they'll send it to you by email. You can't just start selling real estate and making money in the business. You have to hang your license, make it active is how we describe it, with an employing broker or owner developer. We'll talk about that option if you want to practice in the state of Florida. And that's kind of what we see here. So, property management. I'm pretty sure you understand what it is, but take a look right here on line 5. On line 5, it says it involves what? Leasing.
Managing, marketing, maintenance.
Yeah. Look on the next sentence. You can highlight that as well. Property manager is a local representative of the property owner. You're probably wondering what's their primary objective. Look at the end of line 8. At the end of line 8, to maximize the owner's what? Return on their investment. Of course, otherwise, why would they hire you if you can't achieve that for them? If you don't want all of this responsibility, you can choose to be what on line 10? Yeah, simply on line 10. It's just finding a tenant, qualifying and finding a tenant that's willing to sign a lease. And once they sign the lease, you make money. You collect a referral fee. Or it says collect a tenant fee. That's what it means to be a rental agent. Sometimes it might be a 1 month's worth of rent to find that tenant, but you're not managing for them. They're going to be responsible for that specific service. And I'll answer the question that you did mention something. I'm going to come back to that. Go to the next paragraph. We say that property management, at least here in Florida, because there's a huge investor market, is going to continue to grow. It's going to continue to grow in our state. Because people from all over the planet, they look to Florida to buy property here for what Florida brings. We have tourism, we have weather, tropical, we're a peninsula, beaches, all of that stuff. And for that reason, people are going to continue to vacation here, and people might want to buy vacation homes. And they want to rent it out while they're not occupying themselves. So for that reason, since they're not going to be here, we called them what type of owners on line 15? Absentee owners. And absentee owners, that's going to continue to grow in our state. The name is simple to remember. The owners are absent. They're not around. They need somebody to manage for them, and that's where we might step in. You might be wondering, how are we compensated for our efforts for property management? It's in the next paragraph. See compensation? Look on line 24. Property managers are compensated in a number of ways. However, look on line 25. Usually it's a small what? Of the what?
Gross income.
Of their gross income. You can highlight that sentence, the rest of that sentence. Usually a percentage off of the rent that's collected from tenants occupying the premises. So yeah, you mentioned 10% or whatever the case may be. It really depends. Depends on the property management company and what they're willing to offer. Every property management company might be paid a flat monthly or a percentage off their rent, salary, if you have them in-house with you, if it's worth having them in-house. But usually it's a percentage. I have property management. I charge 10 to 15%, depending on how many properties you bring to me as an investor. If it's short term, like Airbnb, Vrbo, and so forth, I'm going to charge 20 to 25%. It's more labor intensive. You can understand why. People expect everything. And you have this constant turnover of tenants every week or every other day. It really depends on your frequency of what's your minimum rental period. Let's continue on. Look at the end of line 27. It says a broker's license is not required if the property manager is paid a what? Paid a salary. But check this out at the end of line 29. Sales associates cannot operate independently. They must work under the supervision of an employer, a broker that has a property management company. Do you see that? So it confirms what we already mentioned. Go to page 6, and we see something called the CAM license. It's not a popular license. You can highlight that paragraph. You'll see it for your homework tonight, information about this. CAM license. We used to offer this course. We don't offer this course anymore. It's not a lot of people that want to manage an entire community of properties. Like a HOA, like a condo complex. You'll see here. It says the CAM license on line 2 would be applicable to manage mobile home parks, planned unit developments, homeowners association, co-ops, timeshares, condos, other types of residential units. The community needs at least how many units? Yep, with an annual budget of at least how much? $100,000. And the last sentence, you're going to see this for your homework tonight. The CAM license is not required to manage what? It says not required to do what? Manage, you got it. Commercial, individual single family houses. Not a community, but just like one single family house within whatever city. Let's navigate down to line 8. We see what?
Appraisal.
Appraising, yeah. I'm pretty sure we understand what appraising is. The definition is in front of us. It's the process of doing what?
Assessing property.
Line 9, developing, communicating, an estimate of the property's what? Yeah, but you knew that. Find out what the property's value is. You can provide this service as a real estate professional. Yes, there is such thing as an appraiser's license. That's to offer an official appraisal report for lending, for financing. That's not what you're going to provide. You're working with buyers and sellers. Imagine a buyer wants to submit an offer. They want you to prepare and submit the offer. You need to know what to offer for that property. What's a fair offer? The only way is to know what the value of that property actually is. If you're going to list property, same thing. You're working with the seller. What do I list the property for? You got to know what the value of that property is. There's a very simple way to do it. I'm going to show you this in a later unit. It's going to be unit 16, which is next week. I want you to highlight the paragraph starting on line 16. Some information we're going to encounter later on, but just for now, the Florida Real Estate Appraisal Board regulates certified licensed appraisers. Only state certified licensed appraisers can prepare an appraisal for lending, federally related transaction. That's a financial. You can write that down next to that. Financial transaction. Transaction where financing is required. Real estate transaction where financing is involved because they're governed by federal laws. And we don't have the expertise, exactly, certifications. That's a separate license. You can get that license But you can't be an appraiser and a real estate agent in the same transaction. That would be a conflict of interest, yeah. Because obviously, there's parties that want the value to be a certain amount. And you don't want to be influenced. Right. Appraisers, look on line 21. Highlight this, the paragraph. How are you compensated?
Difficulty.
Line 21. Says they charge a what? Flat fee based on the time and difficulty of the assignment. You cannot charge a what? Because it's a conflict of what? Of course, if I said, hey, listen, I'm going to give you a percentage based on what you think the property is worth. How much is the property worth now?
$5 million.
$1 billion. You can't do it. It's a conflict. So usually it's a flat fee paid up front to avoid that conflict. And you'll see the law that regulates this on line 23, the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practices. We call it the USPAP. You'll be tested on that. You'll see it in a later unit. We already mentioned this, but it's confirmed for us in this paragraph starting on line 27. Real estate brokers and associates may what? Yeah, you can appraise. For compensation, you can charge, but only a flat what? Fee. We know that. We just saw it. But you cannot, look on line 28 at the end, may not represent yourself as a state certified or a licensed what?
Appraiser.
Unless you also hold those licenses. Pretty simple, straightforward. If you go to the next page though, look on line 6. You mentioned this, Dawson, just a moment ago. You said CMA, right?
Yeah.
Comparative market analysis. And those of you who took class before, you might recall what a CMA is. This is what we can provide as an associate. Comparative market analysis. If you read it backwards, read the words backwards, it makes a little bit more sense. You analyze the market by comparing properties of similar size and quality that have recently sold in the surrounding area. And that's how you figure out the value of a particular property. So if you know that a property that looks just like mine across the street sold for X amount of dollars, I can expect to get X amount of dollars for my property. That's called the principle of substitution, which we'll see in a later unit. But that's what goes into a CMA. And you're probably wondering, how do I get this information? Where is it available? It is in public records. All sales are recorded in a public records. However, usually real estate professionals, you'll have access to a database once you become a realtor. And by having access to the MLS, you can see what properties of similar size and quality have recently sold for within the surrounding area. We'll talk more about this in a later unit. And you can charge for your CMA, but usually you don't charge. Have you ever seen on your social media feed free home valuation? Who's behind that? That's an advertisement.
It really
Real
is.
estate agent. And they have like this survey or whatever. Okay, give me the address, what you think the property is worth, contact information. Are you interested in selling in the near future? What's your timeline for selling? Because the whole point of that advertisement is to find sellers that are interested in listing their property. And you lure them in with this free home valuation. You understand? You want to be the first person to list their property, or at least have the opportunity. So that's how you might do it. And you're providing a CMA. Let's see. You'll see how CMAs kind of work. It's based on line 12. Look on line 12. It says it's based on recent sales of similar properties. Properties currently offered for sale and recently expired listings. I don't like that. I look at properties that are pending and have sold, but mainly ones that have sold, because that tells you the truth. And if you look on line 13 at the end, a CMA is a marketing tool. You see that? You can't represent it as a official appraisal. And look at the end of line 14. CMAs do not have to comply with the laws that appraisers must follow, the USPAP. I like that. Getting blown up right now. On line 21, you see a BPO, broker's price opinion. I think the name kind of gives it away. It's a written opinion. Look at the end of line 21, given by a broker. And it's mainly utilized by, look on line 23. Price opinions are often required or requested by what? Relocation companies, lenders for short sale, foreclosure properties, properties in distress. They're going into default. And the lender is going to turn around and sell that property once they recover it from the borrower who stopped paying. We say they're in default. They need to know what they can sell it for so they can recoup. So they request and they pay for, you're not going to become rich off of it, maybe $100. They pay a local broker, hey, what's a BPO? What's your opinion of value for this property that I need to sell? And they can provide it. I would say BPO is very surface level. CMA is a little bit more of a deeper analysis. Not as deep as an appraisal. Basically, it's just a quick written opinion of value. They call it a drive-by appraisal by the broker. Now, I say broker. However, as an associate, you can provide a BPO, but under whose supervision? Broker has to sign off on it. And you can see that on line 29. It's a good question, by the way. See that on line 29. Associates can prepare a BPO, but only under the supervision of a broker. And the last sentence, I want you to highlight that on line 33. The USPAP does not apply to brokers who provide a BPO. So the rules do not apply. The official appraisal laws do not apply to BPOs, just like they don't apply to CMA. Something you're going to see for your homework tonight, and you might see it on your state exam. Well, let's move on to the next page, page 8, financing. We're making good time here. Earlier, if you can remember, we said sales is the lifeblood of real estate. And what we see in front of us is financing. You'll find it on line 4. Financing can be regarded as a lifeblood of what? Of real estate sales. Understand the chain of events. No financing, because how important is financing to real estate, our business?
Doesn't exist.
Exactly. 90% of buyers utilize financing to acquire real estate. Even if they have the money, they prefer to use other people's money. Over 90%. Just think about that. Big part of our business. That's why we have to be familiar with what financing is all about and the details of financing in the process. We'll see that in a later unit. However, don't take away from the point. Financing, if that doesn't exist, it's 90% of the business, 90% of sales. So therefore, no financing, no sales. No sales, no real estate brokerage, no real estate business. That's how fickle the business is. Think about what happened in 2008. The housing market crisis was caused by financing. No lender was willing to give financing. And because of that, very few cash buyers, it caused the real estate market to collapse. Just like high interest rates. Now, we haven't seen the effect yet because home values, home prices are still what? They're still high. There's no realization of what's going on. But if interest rates don't come down, especially in this mandate of the new administration and promises that have been made, we're going to have to wake up and realize that our house is not worth what we thought it was if you want it to be sold. Anyhow, there's a license that you should consider obtaining. It's on line 11. What's this license called? For the same reason I'm telling you to get this license is the reason why I have this license. I'm kind of a collector of licenses at this point in my career. I have so many different real estate related licenses and certifications and so forth. I started by getting my sales associate license. I got my appraiser's license. I got my mortgage license. I got my broker's license. I got my instructor's license. I opened up my own brokerage office, opened up my own investment firm, and still working on other licenses as well.
You feel like that's a lot to uphold?
Oh,
A lot to
always.
maintain?
Always, yeah, it is. It's a lot to keep up with. But there's a strategic reasons why I obtain these licenses. And I would say at minimum, you should get this license on top of your real estate license. And I'm not saying it because, or I'm not only saying it because we offer this course. There's a reason why I offer this course is because I know how important it is for you to have as a real estate professional. Same reason why I got it. If you know that 90% of buyers that you're going to be working with, 9 out of every 10 buyers you interact with are going to get a loan to purchase, why wouldn't you want to make money off that interaction as well? So if you get the mortgage license, which by the way, you're really going to like this, it's only a 22-hour class. About 85% of what you learn in this class to get your real estate license, which I would say is a more difficult course, is what you need to know to pass the mortgage exam. If you take this class and then you focus on getting your mortgage license, it's going to be a piece of cake for you. Similar process, steps towards getting your license, application, fingerprints, and all of that. But we offer it online. And you want to do it online because it's only 22 hours. You can do it on a weekend, watch videos, take a quick final exam, piece of cake. And it unlocks the opportunity for you to make a percentage off the loan that your buyer is getting from a lender, helping them find a lender that's willing to give them financing, and make a real estate commission, a percentage off the purchase price. So you're legally double dipping off the same transaction, where somebody is going to get paid even if you don't get that license. Why can't that person be you? You understand?
We like to
Is
leave
that-
it up there.
Yeah.
Is that just a referral fee? Is it a
Yeah.
commission?
It will be,
How involved
It-
do you need to be?
you
in it?
should not- you can be involved. You can wear the other hat, but then there's a lot of disclosure that goes on with this. My opinion of that would be team up with a coworker within your mortgage company that you have your license with and say, hey, listen, I'm a real estate agent primarily, but I got this license so I can make money off of mortgages as well. I'm going to feed you deals and I'm going to say, hey, listen, I got the perfect person to refer to you. They'll help you get financing. I'm going to refer them to you. You do all that you do, get the loan application, run their credit, find them a lender, all of that stuff. And then we have an agreement. Every deal that I refer to you will split it, whatever that percentage is. It's as simple as that. Now you make money off of both sides. And if you really want to get funky, you get your insurance license, property and casualty insurance license. That's more hours, about 200 hours for that course. But if you know that if they're 9 out of every 10 buyers are going to get financing, if they have a loan, the lender is going to require for them to hold what type of insurance? Homeowners insurance. Why can't you be the person that helps them obtain homeowners insurance as well? And you can make money off of that as well. You can make money in 3 separate ways off the same real estate transaction. Why didn't your school tell you this?
And without any fiduciary conflict.
No conflict. Disclosure.
Okay.
Say, hey, listen, I also have my insurance license I can help you find. Why can't you be a one-stop shop? And now you'll make the majority of the first premium they pay. And then every year when that policy is renewed, you get paid residually, if you know how insurance, being an insurance agent works. So you could get paid 10 years later off of the same transaction. When just being a real estate agent, that wouldn't be the case. You had a question online?
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. It's not allowed in Pennsylvania. So love that this is a business opportunity. Could you talk more about the mortgage loan origination, like compensation structure? Like how much would you get as a referral fee if I partner with a loan officer?
It depends on the lender because every lender gives their own compensation and it is negotiable as well. So some lenders might give, if it's new construction, might give a higher percentage. If it's a smaller lender, maybe they give 1-2% of what the loan is. but it's
Right.
thousands of dollars more that you would put in your pocket
Yes, I do like the blonde.
by just having the license
Sure.
when you wouldn't in normal
Yeah.
cases.
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, okay, so you could see an average of 1 to 2% of the loan.
For instance, my deals that I refer, if I'm working with a buyer, imagine a friend comes to me. I'm not really on the sales side anymore. I'm more on the education and investment side and the tech side of it as well. If I have a friend that wants to buy a house and they need financing and they're not pre-approved yet, I'll say, hey, listen, I'll take you over to my mortgage company, the one I hang my license with. I'll team them up with my coworker who I already have this agreement in place with, and they'll give me a 0.5%. That's what I negotiate.
Okay. Yeah.
Sometimes you can negotiate a full percentage.
Yeah, okay.
It really depends on the relationship, and that means if it's a $300,000 property, that's $3,000. I'll make $3,000 more off of that transaction just by having the license. Yeah, I don't know about you, that sounds pretty good to me. And insurance could unlock even more, thousands of more dollars, because usually you get the majority of the first premium they pay. That's usually the compensation, maybe 90 to 100%. And if they're paying $2,000-3,000 for that premium for the first year, you can potentially get that. And consulting, it's a service you can provide. Do you see that on line 13? I'm not gonna, you don't have to highlight it, but I'll just mention it to you. You might be working with individuals, they need advice on the real estate transaction. You could charge for your advice. That's what comes along with getting this real estate license, active real estate license. All right. There's actually, there's not that much more to this unit. I know we've actually hit our mark as far as the time. Usually we take a break every hour. We take about 10-15-minute break. We do working breaks. So if you're okay with that, do you mind just knocking out the rest of this unit? Anybody opposed? Okay. Move down. We're on page 8. Do you see at the bottom, you'll see development and construction? Okay. On line 20, at the end of line 20, there are 3 phases to development and construction. The developer first does what? Buys the what? Acquires it, buys the land, right? And making sure that the land is feasible. They can develop what they intended. Zoning complies. Go to page 9. The second step, subdividing and development. Planning the lots, the layout of the subdivision, for instance. And the last step is getting those plans approved by the local government. Recorded, approved. They call these plans the subdivision what? Plat. That's how you pronounce it, P-L-A-T, not a typo. And once those plans are approved, then you can construct and advertise. You can't do it beforehand. Move down to line 16, and you'll see a term that might look familiar, but in real estate, it means something different, like farming. Farming, you're like, okay, are they planting seeds? Like, no. Farming in real estate is different. So is dedication. In the world of real estate, dedication is giving a gift of land. The owner of the property is gifting land to the government, the city, county, for public use, public purpose. In a subdivision, what do you think the developer, what land do you think they're going to give away to the county for public use? Yes, the most common example are roads. Good job. Good assumption. The roads. Sidewalks, parks are also examples of dedications of land. However, the most common is the roads. Why?
It saves you of the responsibility of taking care of those.
Yeah, do you think the developer wants to pay to maintain these roads for decades to come? No, they want to sell all the units, all the lots, construct the houses, and move on to the next project or phase. Most common example, look on line 20. You see streets, sidewalks, park areas. All examples. Most common example are the streets. That's why if the street has to get repaved, who comes in and repaves it? The county, for instance. Yep. Which we'll talk about how you're taxed based on those and special assessments that go along with it. Go to the bottom of this page. page 9, you see residential construction, specifically on line 28. There are 3 general categories of residential construction. What's the first? Yeah, you can highlight that. We call them spec homes. Custom home builders here in Winter Park make a lot of money building, constructing spec homes. And it's the most risky type of construction because you're constructing, look at the end of line 30, without a what? With no buyer. You're building it and hoping they will what? Exactly. If you build it, hopefully they will come. But what if they don't come? Then you're stuck with the carrying costs. If you finance construction as a developer and so forth, property taxes, insurance. Custom homes is the least risky because you already have, look at the end of line 32, a buyer under what? Contract. So their exact specifications, just the way, they like it. Tract homes is the best of both worlds. An example, have you seen a new subdivision with a few model homes in the front?
Yep.
So this is, they built tract homes. It's basically a model house, a sample size of what you could get if you purchase from them. So basically you choose your style, your upgrades, choose your lot, put a deposit down, and then they start construction on that lot. That's the most common, as you can imagine why. The role of the government on the next page, page 10, we're almost done. The government has an impact on our profession on 3 levels: local, state, and what? Can you guess the one thing that's consistent on all 3 levels? Say it. Taxes. Do you see on line 4, property taxation? On line 5, business tax receipts. You see on line 7 where it talks about state? What about intangible tax on line 9? What about state sales tax? What about federal income taxes? That's on line 15, the Internal Revenue Service, which potentially could be going away. I don't know if you heard the announcement. Yeah.
One of the reasons I moved here from New York.
Well, no state income tax, but the Internal Revenue Service is for collection of federal income tax. And that might go away. It might turn into an external revenue service. I don't know if you've heard that. I made a video about it. I have a TikTok channel, so TikTok's back as well. I have short form videos if you want to absorb some content. I'm getting more active with making videos and so forth. So
Fair way to market, especially in
good knowledge, good stuff. You can check it out. Gone viral a few times, no big deal.
You can say that without dropping the names.
It was under Michael Sadawi. You can look it up. My full name is Michael Cameron Sadawi, Cameron Academy. Cameron is my middle name. It's family name. Anyhow, so local, state, and federal taxes are consistent. There's only 2 things guaranteed to us in life: death and taxes. And taxes when you die. We'll find out about that as well in the later unit. This unit 18. You'll love hearing that. There is some agencies you should be familiar with. Starting on line 13, the Department of Housing and Urban Development. We call them what? HUD. Line 13.
Page 10.
HUD, the whole purpose of HUD, their philosophy is that everybody should be a homeowner. Because if you're a homeowner, you're paying taxes. And that stimulates the economy. Property taxes. And also you have to afford buying a house. So you're probably working class citizen and you're probably paying income taxes and all of that. It stimulates the economy. That's why they have programs available under the government that makes it easier for you to become a homeowner. Like the next agency. Federal what? Have you heard of FHA loans?
Yeah.
We'll talk about that. VA loans for veterans. Anybody serve for our country? EPA to protect the environment. We'll see what's going to happen with them. And IRS, aka bloodsucker. I'm sorry. Move on. On line 18, professional organizations. Specifically, look on line 27. Real estate licensees versus what? Maybe you don't see it. It's towards the bottom. It's on line 28. Sorry, line 28. Real estate licensees versus what?
There's the,
There's a difference. Once you become a licensed real estate agent, you have an active real estate license, you're not a realtor. You're a Florida real estate sales associate. You're a real estate licensee. You have a license, is what that means. Most people think once I get my license, I'm a realtor. Or I'm taking this class to become a realtor. That could be the case, but there's another layer to make you a realtor. It's a membership. Only by joining the membership with it's the largest trade organization on the world. It's online, 21, 22, National Association of what? Realtors, do you see that? Largest trade organization on the planet. They say, out of all professions, plumbers, architect, every profession that exists, the NAR is the largest trade organization, largest business organization, largest membership that exists out there, depending on the business line of business you're in this case, real estate. So why are they so popular? Technology. Have you ever seen those lock boxes on people's front doors that have their homes listed for sale? They own that technology where you use Bluetooth on your cell phone to open it up, get the key, get access. The scheduling software. I think Zillow just bought Showing Time, if I'm not inaccurate on that. And then they also own the database that everybody wants to list their property in and get the most exposure to find a buyer, the MLS. And every region has their own MLS database, and it might require a separate local membership. Once you become a realtor, you have the national membership, you have Florida, but then Space Coast, Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, they have their own database. If you want to have access to that and list your property in that database, you might need a separate local membership. And here in Central Florida, we have ORA. ORA stands for Orlando Regional Realtors Association. Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Osceola County have their own. ORA and OSCAR is what they call theirs, Osceola County Association of Realtors. I used to be part of OSCAR, but they got a little bit too woke for me. Now I'm part of ORA. And I could tell you stories why. It was crazy what they were trying to promote and do over there. But anyhow, I'm part of ORA and I get the same access. That's the membership, the local membership is just a little bit more. So, but I still get to have access to list my property in Kissimmee if I want. It's not a problem. Any questions about this? Any questions about the MLS? Yeah. So you pay for this membership. It's not free, it's not cheap. And if you're curious as to how much it might cost, maybe $1,500 initially and $500 every year to renew your membership to be a realtor. And you can only call yourself a realtor once you have this membership. That's why there's an R within a circle next to it. What does that R within a circle mean? It's a registered what? Trademark. And if you're advertising that you're a realtor, but you don't have the membership, you could get sued. Trademark infringement is what they call it. And could be false advertising as well, which is a second-degree misdemeanor. We'll learn about that later on. It's very interesting, right? It's not free, it's not cheap. And you can't join independently. You have to be working for a broker that has this membership. Question.
yeah, so then you already explained the fees on it. I'm assuming when it comes to the realtor, are there any other sort of commitments or things that are required from it?
Yeah, if you want to have the Bluetooth technology to open up the lockbox, that's a separate fee. Advertising.
So,
Your broker, depending on the broker you will hang your license with. There are brokers that charge a monthly fee to have your license active with them and have access to all of their tools, their CRM, and whatever the case may be. As a new agent, it might not be the most ideal situation, but it could be justified. Find out what tools are given to you by paying this monthly due. If you can afford it, it might be worth it. But if you're starting out and you're thinking, hey, listen, I think I'm making $3,000 off this transaction, but it took me 6 months to get that that deal done, my first deal done, and every month I was paying $100. So $600 out of that 3,000 is gone. I just was able to recoup it, but then that goes in the broker's pocket on top of their split, whatever they're entitled to, and so forth. So you got to think about these things. Not all brokerages are the same. For my agents that I would hire, I don't charge a monthly fee. I don't charge a monthly fee unless I give you leads. If I give you leads, then we do a monthly fee, and then I changes the split that we have between one another. Every brokerage company is different. There are three things you need to focus on when interviewing with a brokerage: training, commission, and leads. That's it. I'll remind you of this again, but it's training, commission, and leads. And they have to present this information to you for you to make an informed decision. And they will. Every brokerage company will. Okay, what's your commission structure? What's your commission plan? What's your splits? That's what you need to know. What's the split between the broker and the agents? You're interviewing them just as much as they're interviewing you. I'm telling you this right now. Just understand that. Any questions here?
Any ethical requirements to the Realtor organization? Like, do they require any
Yes.
extra?
They have their own code of ethics that you have to abide by and complete renewal courses for. And Valerie, just so you know, we have to have the camera on throughout the entirety of class. You can leave your microphone on mute, but you have to have your camera on. But we're at a break now. So I want you guys to be back at noon. 15-minute break, stretch out, grab a snack, do what you got to do, be ready to rock and roll. How you guys feeling so far? Good? Following along?
Not overwhelmed yet.
Give it time.
I do have a question.
Yes.
So for the fingerprint thing, there's two options for Florida. There's a nationwide one and then something else underneath it. You want to do the nationwide?
You have to do both. So if you're using the link that we provide that you pay for, then that covers everything you need. I can't attest to other companies because they separate it and you might choose the wrong one. I don't know. But it has to be both. It has to be state and federal.
Okay,
And that's what we cover.
perfect. Thank you.
I'll pay for federal and they charge you whatever that costs. And you might be thinking you're getting a good deal, but then you also have to pay for the state. And then sometimes they give you a code. You submit your fingerprints and they say, here's your code. Now you have to go to this website and submit it. And that might cost an additional fee as well. So everybody's different. I know we do one set of fingerprints, covers both, and it's a one-time charge. And it goes directly to DeBeeper, the state, for licensing purposes. All righty. See you at noon. Okay, welcome back. Camera's on. Thank you. Let's get started. Okay, Julie's got to make her way back. All right, let's continue to Unit 2. Unit 2. We actually covered a lot within Unit 2 based on that handout that I provided to you, the 5-step guide, because look at the title for Unit 2. This is page 15. Real estate license law qualifications for licensure, the steps towards obtaining a Florida real estate license. So if we already discussed it, we can progress, move on to the next subject, but go to page 16. Before anything, we have to know some important dates. And there's a total of 6 important dates that you have to know for exam purposes. In this unit, we're going to learn 2 of those 6 important dates, including what's in front of us on line 4. 19 what? Yeah, what happened in 1923? Why is this date significant to us for exam purposes? What was created? It says the Florida legislature passed Florida real estate license law, also known as, and you should highlight that, chapter what? You got to know this because anytime we see FS, which means Florida statute 475, they're talking about Florida real estate license law. Not criminal, not general, but specifically for real estate licensure. We have to know this. We're going to be tested on it in several ways. Prior to 1923, the real estate business was, they say, if you look at the previous sentence, competitive, unorganized. What they're saying is cutthroat. It was the Wild West. People just did whatever they want in the business. And you can imagine a lot of scams. A lot of people got hurt, lost money, and so forth. But because we needed regulation, that's when the Florida legislature stepped in and said, okay, no, we need to regulate this. Too much craziness is going on. And you need to remember that date. You're going to be tested on it. However, it wasn't until 19 what on line 6? 19? Yes. When the Florida legislature stepped in once again and created the regulatory body to enforce the law, we call them the Florida Real Estate what? Yes, Commission. You'll see right here, to administer and to enforce license law, real estate license law. We're on page 16. Page 16, line 7 and 8.
1925 also.
Line 7.
Date to remember.
Yes, it's an important date. It's one of those 6. You can think of FREC. That's how we describe them in our business. F-R-E-C, FREC is just a simple way to say it. We think of FREC as the police for Florida real estate license law. They administer and enforce the law. The law was created first, 19 what? 23. And it wasn't until 2 years later, 1925, when they created FREC to enforce the law. Exactly. And you'll see the extent of their authority to keep records, conduct investigations, the power to grant, deny, suspend, and do what with licenses? Revoke. So you can write this down above the Florida Real Estate Commission. They have control or authority over your license, don't they? And they go by a couple other names just so you're not confused. I mentioned one of them to you, but you'll see at the end of line 9, they're called the Commission, capital C, or FREC. Just so we're not confused, and now we're speaking the lingo. If I say FREC from this point on, you know who they are and when they were started. You'll see a couple other agencies, lines 11 and 12, that we'll discuss in later units. DRE, which stands for the Division of Real Estate, not Doctor, not Dre Beats. And they provide support services to the commission, but they operate under who? We talked about them. Yes, we call them DeBeeper for short. You remember back in the day when we used to wear DeBeepers? Did anybody actually used to have a pager in here? Okay, a few of us, including myself. 2 ways, flip phones, Razor, Sidekicks, all of that stuff. Oh yeah. Nextel. Voice stream. Anyhow, Nextel was a chirp, right? Yeah. and rules important to real estate. Let's focus on this next subject. But specifically, we're going to see a list. Do you see this list of important statutes and rules? Actually, what I want you to do is skip over this page, go to the next page. This is page 17, and you'll see they summarized what we need to know, at least in this unit, figure 2.1, right below line 25. Do you see governing powers? In the left column, you see statutes and rules, the important ones we need to know about. But to the right, you see governs. What does that mean? We'll write this down next to it. Write down regulates. The word governs means to regulate. So you can put regulates next to it. To review, on the left, we see the statute and or rule. And to the right, we see what it has enforcement over, authority over, what it regulates upon. So write regulates next to governs. Let me show you the most important ones that you need to know for exam purposes, starting with chapter 475 of the Florida statutes. It was established 19 what? You got it. Write that down next to it. And what does this law, Florida real estate license law, have authority over? Well, real estate professionals in the state, real estate licensees, including brokers, associates, and even what? Schools and instructors. Highly regulated over here.
Does that cover our like commission, like the way that we're paid to under that?
No, commission is always negotiable. But there is a law change that has to do with the National Association of Realtors, which we'll save for a later unit. Chapter 455 of the Florida statutes. You can highlight that one. Regulates DBPR. You know who DBPR is. You write DBPR next to that, just so you have that association. And DBPR, and you can write this down, is the Florida Licensing Authority. Write that down. Next to DBPR, they're the Florida Licensing Authority. Florida Licensing Authority. So who issues your license? Well, it's the DBPR. Besides taking the required educational class with us, the certification course that you take here, they ultimately issue a license. Just something you should be familiar with, understand that dynamic. And then if you continue to the last one, chapter 61J2. I know it's tedious to remember these things, but this is the rule or the administrative code that regulates who? Yes, also known as FREC. And when was FREC established? You can write this down next to it as well. 19 what? 5. Good job. 1925. Because the law was created first, chapter 475, and then 2 years later, they created FREC to enforce the law. Think of them as the police of Florida real estate license law. Does that help you remember? Any questions here thus far? Okay. By the way, and I was going to save this for tomorrow because we'll take a deeper dive into the Florida Real Estate Commission, what they're all about, and what they're composed of. But I just, not that long ago, submitted an application to be appointed by Governor Ron DeSantis to be one of the Florida Real Estate Commissioners. Hopefully that happens because I believe I can bring a lot of value to that position. Thank you. I appreciate it. And if you want to help in that effort, I can give you a link. I can have one of our staffers send it to you and you can just sign a petition. And it just helps. I'm trying to get 100 signatures. We're already more than halfway done with the signatures we need, but every signature helps. So kind of caught you guys at the right time. Let's move on. If you go to the next page, under line 4, general licensing provisions, there are 3 types of licenses we're going to discuss right now. Sales associate, broker, and what? Page 18?
Yeah.
General licensing provisions. Do you see the 3 types of licenses? Okay, let's start with the license that you initially get to practice real estate in Florida. How do you typically start a career with a what type of license? Sales associate, which you're soon to have, correct? And that's in the first paragraph. You can highlight that starting on line 12. Do you see it? Individual typically begins a real estate career in Florida as a licensed sales associate. And it goes through the steps that we already know to get the license. It says applicants, which means you must submit a what? Application. Have completed the required education. That's the class you're taking right now, including the final exam, earn a certificate. And have passed the state exam, which we know requires fingerprints, application with the state to be eligible. Then you pass with Pearson VUE. This is where you have to highlight, initially licensed as what? What's going to be your status when you pass the state exam?
Inactive,
Well, what's before that? Starts with a V.
voluntary.
Yes, highlight that. You'll see this on line 14. Do you see voluntary? Is it the right line? Maybe it's off.
It's 14.
14, okay. Voluntary inactive. That's the complete status. You pass the state exam, you get your license for the first time, you are voluntary inactive. What does the word voluntary mean?
By choice.
Willingly doing something. So what that means is, if you could pay attention up here, you're basically just sitting on your license, not doing anything with it. You're not practicing.
Yeah, for a seat and doing.
You're still required to complete your renewal classes with us. Come back and complete your renewal classes. We'll talk about the frequency of your renewals, which is it's very simple for you guys. But regardless, you can't practice real estate until you become what? Active. Isn't that the last sentence? Inactive associates can become what? Line 15. Can become what? Active by finding a what? And filing with the beeper. They keep track of your status. My version of the book might be a little bit off from yours, so just bear with me. I think you get the basic gist of where we are, but you might have to correct me here and there, so I appreciate your assistance. Until tomorrow, I'll have the updated version. I don't know why. It just switched. Most of it is the same, but there's a couple rules that have changed recently, especially in regard to this whole National Association of Realtors settlement with compensation and so forth. But you don't have to be a realtor. It's just, it impacts our business in a different way. We'll talk about it later on. Look on line 16. Associates, we'll talk about what a broker associate is in just a moment, are employed by, work under the direction, control, supervision of a what? Broker, or even a owner developer. Do you see that? We know what a broker is. At least I think you understand what a broker is. You can't start off your career as a real estate broker. You have to pay your dues, not financially, but it's with time before you can become a broker yourself and open up your own brokerage firm. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. But when you're an associate, you can hang your license with a broker or even an owner developer. So what is an owner developer? What is this option? I'm going to explain that to you. And I can read this off to you. It's in bold. You see, owner developer is an unlicensed entity that does what?
Sells, exchanges, and leases.
But what's the key? It says what type of property?
Own property.
Its own property. If this will help you understand, they essentially, the name is owner developer. They own the property, they develop the property, and then they might sell their own inventory. What's an example of this? Yeah, major home builder.
Big developers.
A lot of timeshare companies are also, the resorts that they construct would be an example. A lot of the time as an owner developer. This is an option for you to hang your license with and sell their inventory. But there's something interesting when it comes to like these major home builders, timeshare resorts, and the sales staff that they hire. Look at the end of line 20. An owner developer may hire what? Yes. So you don't have to be licensed to be a salesperson for an owner developer. Most want you to have a license. It's a preference. It's not required by the state. But continue to the next sentence. Unlicensed salespeople must be paid strictly on a what basis? Which means they cannot earn a what? A commish. Because to earn a commish requires a real estate what? Look up here. License. And we know what it takes to earn the license. Is what you're going through right now. Of course, but the money exists with having a license, not the salaried. The question I get from time to time before, I'm sorry to cut you off, but if you have questions, raise your hand. I'll get you. The question I get is, okay, so right now, could I technically start selling real estate for one of these owner developers? Yeah, you could, but no commission, only salary. Okay, and then the follow-up question I usually get is, what if I eventually get my license? Then they would expect you to hang your license with that company, and then you can start earning what? Commission. Another question I get is, if I can be salaried with, let's say, selling timeshare, but then I get my license, can I hang that license with a brokerage company, Cameron Realty, or whatever the case may be? Technically, there's no conflict of law because this is the rule. No conflict of law. You're not violating any law because the law states this, and it's not necessarily in front of you just yet. You can only hang your license with one employer at any given time. You can't hang your license with multiple. The circumstance, the hypothetical I created was you're salaried with one, you didn't hang your license with them, and then you hang your license with the other. So it's not a conflict because you're salaried with one and license active with the other. But those companies, they're not going to like it. And I can almost guarantee it's going to be a violation of company policy, and they'll shut you down. They'll say, you got to hang your license with us, otherwise you got to move on. I get these questions all the time. Question.
Why is it that if you get paid salary, you do not require a license, even though you are conducting the
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I don't make the rules. If I get appointed as a Florida real estate commissioner, then I'll have a say in it. However, the rule is if you're salaried, it just helps with selling their own inventory. I can understand where you might view that as a conflict, but they're under the supervision of this company selling as a salaried employee. So there's an expectation to receive a certain degree of training, even though there's not that foundation of what you're learning in class. Wouldn't it make more sense if you're selling real estate? Wouldn't you want to have the foundation of rules, procedures, fundamentals, principles, practices, everything that goes into this class towards getting the license? I would agree with you, but it's just not right now.
So it's just the relationship, just based on commission. Just if you're gonna earn a commission, you have to be under this regulation.
You have to have an active license, yeah.
Have an active license. If you're salary, you don't have to be under all these regulations, even though you are conducting this.
Essentially, yeah. It doesn't make it any better, but simple answer, yeah.
That means they absorb a lot of risk too.
Exactly. From the employer standpoint, they do assume a lot of the risk, so they have to make sure transactions are conducted in a particular way because there's federal laws for real estate transactions, of course. But if you want to be paid on a transactional basis, and that means anything off the transaction, you need an active real estate license. Question I get is, okay, transactional, anything. What does that mean? What about a gift card? What about a bonus? What about anything, any type of incentive? Yes, you need a real estate license for that. Gift card, really? Yes.
So basically, it would, the rule would be from a W-9 to W-2.
From a W-2 to a W-9 if you get the license, right?
So then, okay.
Because then you'll be an independent contractor once you get the license.
Say theoretically, it's not money, it's just all tender. So if someone gives you a car for selling their house, that's
Anything of value.
violation. Okay.
Anything of valuable consideration. It could be a favor that has value to it, right? Could be Bad Bunny tickets. Could be Beyonce, whatever the case may be. It's like anything that has value. To receive any type of compensation off of sales performance or real estate transaction, your efforts within, you need a license for that. That's why it's always much wiser to get your license than not. Anyhow, let's continue on. Okay, look on line 27, the next paragraph where it talks about becoming a what? We'll talk about this, the details of getting the broker's license a little bit later on, but it does require additional education, experience, and passing another state exam. Imagine repeating the 5 steps all over again that you would complete to become a sales associate, but then we add one additional step to the 5, which is experience. As an associate, you have to have a certain degree of experience. And it's not what you think. It's not like, oh, a certain number of transactions, which you would assume that it would be. That would define experience, right? No, it's just time, which is crazy to
You
think
just
about.
hang it and do nothing for like
Yes.
4 years, and then
Absolutely. And then you can eventually become a broker, open up your own brokerage office and hire sales associates with not real experience. It's a little bit foolish. That needs a change. We'll see. But there's no way for them to really track the number of transactions that are completed by any one real estate professional. But maybe part of the application process is, hey, listen, here are documented transactions that I've completed, and that's the steps. But then you have to have a review on the other side of that. And can that be automated? So that's the additional effort. So if I imagine if I become a commissioner and I say, hey, listen, they need to have at least a certain number of transactions under their belt, and they have to submit these transactions that they completed, you'd have to then figure out a way to tap into all these APIs, and it's a very technical thing, and it could be worth it, and it could change the industry, and that's the type of change that I want to bring. Anyhow. Got really silent here and serious for a second, but go to vote for me. No, I'm just kidding. I did run for mayor of Winter Park recently in 2024. Yeah, I did. And we ran a very successful campaign, my first venture into politics. And we got 30% of the votes without any political background and experience. And I'm a business person. And I'm a fiscal conservative. I'm like a middle right person. So that's what I was trying to bring. But we'll see next time around. But for now, focus is Florida Real Estate Commission.
usually it's a lawyer, but broker, close to the law. Legalese, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a close connection. I can see it.
My background in real estate, maybe they don't like that so much because people are anti-development. But then you have to just navigate that with debates and so forth. Yeah, it is what it is. It's connections, it's relationships. Yeah, that's true. Go to page 19 and you see at the top, application requirements. Is that true?
Yes.
We already know this. To submit to become licensed, you must submit a what? Application with who? With the beeper. The website is here on line 7, myfloridalicense.com. Any questions about that? You have to pay an application fee. It's about $40. Any questions about that? You see that on line 9? Yeah. There are fee waivers based on what we see on line 18. You can highlight this. Read through it later on tonight. Low income, military, including spouses of military. Any questions here? You'll see something about it for your homework tonight. But let's move on to page 20. I mentioned we discussed a lot of this already, right? On the 5-step guide. Fingerprints. Any questions about fingerprints? Look at the end of line 3, continues on line 4. The whole purpose of the CBC, criminal background check, is not just Florida, but also for national through FBI's database. Any questions here? Okay. Remember, we sent you a link. Just pay for it, and then you can find a location, get your fingerprints done. It's as simple as that. Go to the shaded box, and you'll see background check or criminal history. This is part of the application process. You can highlight what's in the box. It's important to know about. They run that level 2 background check. And they look for all associated criminal history, including withholding of adjudication. It's in bold. It's in the second paragraph. That means instead of putting you in jail, maybe you went on probation for whatever allegation it was. And then in the last paragraph, you see nolo contendere. That's Latin. It means no contest. Do you see that? It means you chose not to fight based on the allegations that were made against you for whatever the crime was. It's like first-time offenders that are scared and nervous about defending themselves, and maybe they have legal counsel and they say, hey, listen, since this is a first-time offense, I spoke with the opposing counsel and they're willing to withhold adjudication. You have to do community service hours, not going to put you in jail. but maybe you have to plead nolo contendere. Latin means no contest. You choose not to fight. You didn't admit guilt, and you did not fight for your innocence. You're on the fence. But that comes back to haunt you when you try to apply for a job, because the employer is looking at the history. It's not hidden, and they see nolo contendere for theft, larceny. And if you didn't fight for your innocence, if you're on the fence, most people, human nature, think, okay, they probably did it. So that's a negative stigma that comes with it, and you have to navigate that. Background check of criminal history. Once again, you'll see this on line 18. And what are the things they look for? Look on line 20, of course, felonies, misdemeanors, and even certain what? Traffic offenses? Are we talking about speeding tickets, parking violations? No. Are we talking about DUIs? Stuff like that? Yes, it has to be disclosed. And there's a section for your application where they expect you to disclose all relevant information regarding it. So what information? Court dates, outcomes, and you can even write your explanation, a description next to it, and you can utilize that. We're recognized, Cameron Academy, and this is my efforts, are recognized as experts in regard to individuals who have issues with criminal history that want to obtain a Florida real estate license, and helping them submit the application in a particular way to increase their chances of getting approved so they can start this profession. And I've had students that served over 10 years in prison, multiple, and with guidance were able to obtain their Florida real estate license. They've already paid their debt to society, and they needed to present it in a way. And I don't charge for that if you take my class, but separately I do provide consulting depending on if needed. Once again, you can write your own explanation for the allegations that were made against you, whatever the issue. If you're worried about it, you can write a separate letter, and you can make it a PDF, attach it to the application. If you feel like you still need something to increase your chances, you can prepare 3 reference letters from people that can attest to your good character. That's what I would recommend. And you'll see evidence of that on line 39, that paragraph on the next page. Line 39, do you see? It is recommended that applicants, do you see the paragraph that starts off by that? And then if you look in the next paragraph in bold, it talks about expungement. Have you ever heard of that before? Getting something expunged from your record? It's like it happened when I was very young, and you don't want it to continue haunting you. It's not like after 20 years it goes away. That doesn't exist. It stays in your permanent record. Unless you pay for this service, you can get a lawyer. They'll represent you. You put them on retainer, and they provide the service of trying to get it removed permanently from your record so it doesn't show up. Once again, it's not automatic, and you need to verify they did it correctly. Go to the next page. And some people get it confused with sealing. Have you ever heard of, highlight lines 1 through 4 on page 22. Have you ever heard of sealing a record? This means the public cannot see it, but it still remains. So imagine being sealed in an envelope and nobody has access to see what's in that envelope. And you'll see it typically for like juvenile offenders and so forth. Typical circumstance. Any questions about this? If you have additional questions, just see me at the break and I'll help you out, or at the end of class. If your application, your background gets flagged, you'll see this on line 34. You see line 34, it says background is flagged by the Division of Real Estate. Then they might ask you to come in for an interview. And those individuals that I helped get a license that served a lot of time behind bars, paid their debt to society, they had to go in for an interview, and I would help them prepare for that. Okay, let's continue to page 23. We see time periods at the top. Do you see this?
Yes, sir.
But specifically look at line 11. So essentially the state, the beeper, must approve or deny an application within how many days? What does it say? You see 90 days on line 11? How does that work, the 90 days? Well, now we can go back to the top, line 2, and it says within 30 days, they're going to check for what? What does the title say on line 2? Check for errors and what? Omissions. An error means you made a mistake on the application. Omission means you left something out. They have 30 days, the beeper. Really, it's Division of Real Estate, which is within the beeper. It's a department within the beeper, a division within the beeper. They're going to check for these issues. If they see anything, they're going to send it back to you. And then you have 30 days to correct the issue, send it back to them. So do you see the 90 days? First 30 days to check, 30 days to correct, and 30 days to process all over again. So 30, 30, 30, maximum of what? 90. Any questions on that? You might be curious, okay, Michael, how long is it taking on average for people to get approved to take their state exam? A few days. Now, I've seen people get approved the next day. Not always the case. Sometimes it takes a few weeks. When I got my license, everything was by paper. And so imagine how long it took them to review that. It's not like they're scanning it and doing some clever thing. No, they were doing it by hand. It was way back many moons ago. For you guys, everything is streamlined with digital, electronic, and so forth. They're very quick. And then you'll get your 9-digit code via email. They say, congratulations, you are exam eligible. Do you see that as the next paragraph, the title, exam eligible? And they'll give you the 9-digit code that allows you to schedule your state exam. Imagine if you submit your application or you submit your fingerprints tomorrow. And then Wednesday, you submit your application. And then by the end of this week, you're approved to take your state exam. Technically, you can schedule your state exam even before completing this class. If you're eligible, that's what it means. But when you go to the testing site, they're going to say, okay, where's your certificate from Cameron Academy? You say, I didn't complete the class yet. Okay, well, come back when you have the certificate. And we know what it takes to earn the certificate, right? Pass the class exam. It's as simple as that. Any questions on this? So you're going to schedule through the national testing vendor. We know it's Pearson VUE. Any questions? Look on line 23. It says you must bring sufficient identification. End of line 23. 2 forms of signature ID. I'll give you some examples, but I can give you a couple examples. What type of IDs have your signature on it? Yeah, of course, your driver's license, passport, those are acceptable. Debit card with your signature on the back. But they expect you to have a picture on it and your signature. That's essentially what it is. At least one has to be government issued is what they said. And that would suffice to let you sit down and take your exam. How many hours does the state give you to complete the state exam? 3.5. Final exam is 3. Know the difference. I'll repeat this again. I want you to highlight the paragraph starting on line 36. If you're of the military and you have a license in some other state, California, every state requires a real estate license to practice in that state. The hours for the course differ. Florida is one of the lowest amount of hours required to get a real estate license. California is 135 hours. Texas is 180 hours. New York is 75. Last time I checked, might be more. So 63 sounds like a piece of cake now, especially with those major markets, Texas, California, New York, and so forth.
All one of the toughest states though,
What?
for getting a
Florida?
license? Yeah.
No.
Really?
No, because other states require that you take 2 exams as well, like a national and a state. I mean, Abby was even mentioning in Pennsylvania, that's how they do it. Now, I'm curious to know if, and Abby, you can chime in and answer this for me. If you get a license in Pennsylvania, does it give you reciprocal licenses in the tri-state area, like New York?
We have to take the state license for New Jersey or Delaware.
Nice.
Yeah.
Which is a
So-
piece of cake, right? Because you already covered the
Right.
national.
Yeah, they're 30 questions rather than the national, which is like 100 or something. I forget.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. Anyhow. So you can get a license by endorsement in Florida if you're in the military and then you have to move because military, they push you all around the country for basic training and all these things. If you're moved to Florida, then you can potentially issued a license here without having to go through all the steps. So you can read through that later on tonight. And you'll see a question about it for your homework. But anyhow, says your initial license fee, background check, your fingerprinting fee, all of that stuff could be waived. Let's go to the next page. And you see on line 8, non-resident what? Applicant requirements. But look on line 9. It says applicants are not required to be what?
So Florida.
You can live anywhere on the planet and have an active Florida real estate license. You don't have to live here to sell and be involved in real estate services here. You can live in Dubai and have an active, hang your license with a broker here in Florida, your Florida real estate license. It's pretty cool. It unlocks all these opportunities, but you need to have your license here and it has to be an active license. You just don't have to physically live here. It used to be like in Hawaii, you had to live in Hawaii to practice real estate there. They removed that requirement, but it's interesting. Check this out. You need to know what it means to be a Florida resident for license purposes. You'll see it right here in front of us. Florida resident defined. And if you look at the end of line 11, middle of line 11, it says somebody who has resided, that means lived in Florida continuously for what? For 4 months or more within a year. But even more interesting, if you look on line 15, it also includes individuals who have the intention of living in Florida for at least how many months? At least 4 months. How do you prove that somebody has the intention of living in Florida for at least 4 months? Because that's what also makes them a resident. It's the thought of living in
Would they have to have
the
land?
plan.
Would they have to have land or like an RV? Or-
I'll give you an example. You just sign an employment contract to work out of Florida for at least 4 months. You're a resident at that point for license purposes, real estate license purposes. I'll tell you why this is relevant, why knowing this is relevant, this definition of a resident. What if you just signed a lease agreement? Typical lease agreement is 1 year. That's more than 4, right? As soon as you sign that lease, even though you haven't physically been here for at least 4 months, you plan to, you have the intention, and you're a resident for license purposes. Why do we need to know this though? It's not like we're talking about getting a discount at Disney for your Florida resident discount or something like that. No, it's for license purposes. But why is it relevant? It's based on what we see on the next page in the shaded box. Mutual recognition is not what? Well, it helps to know what reciprocity is to understand what it is not. You might have heard me mention or ask Abby. I said, hey, Abby, since you're in Pennsylvania, do you get a reciprocal license in those other states that you're in close proximity with, tri-state area? And she said, no, you have to take an exam. But it's much simpler because you just have to do the state portion. So keep that in mind because it's kind of similar to what we're talking about here. Florida does not have reciprocity with any other state. So it's not like you can get a Florida license and start selling in Georgia without getting a license there. That doesn't exist. That's the first paragraph. Do you see it? No reciprocation with any other state. So now you know what reciprocity is. It means if you have a license in one state, you can practice in multiple states. We don't have that. We have something called mutual recognition. Do you see it? Next paragraph. It's where Florida has an agreement with 8 other states. You don't have to know all 8 states. You just have to understand what the agreement means. That makes it easier for you to get a license in those other states since we already have a Florida license. That's it. And it's mutual, which means it works what? Both ways. For instance, we have this agreement with Georgia. Georgia is a great state to have an agreement with. Their markets are booming as well. And maybe if you live on the Florida-Georgia line, it could be worth it. Take advantage of this, but I digress. If you have a Georgia real estate license and you live in Georgia, you reside in Georgia, we make it easier for you to get a Florida real estate license. But this benefit called mutual recognition only can be taken advantage of by non-residents of Florida. Non-residents that live in a state that we have this agreement with. Georgia's one of them. So if you live in Georgia, you have a Georgia real estate license, because we have this agreement, we make it easier for you to get a Florida real estate license. That's what it means. If you have a Florida real estate license, you live in Florida, we make it easier for you to get a Georgia license. Mutual works both ways. But you lose the benefit if you either live in that state you're trying to get licensed from, that we have this agreement with, or you have the intention. Remember what it means to be a Florida resident? Okay. I'm going to give you examples of this, and it's going to make sense. Okay, but let me give you an example. And then I'll tell you what the requirements are to get a license through this benefit, and you'll see how simple it is. Sally is a Georgia real estate licensee. She moves to Miami 6 months ago. She wants to get a license to practice real estate in Florida as well. Can she get a license through mutual recognition? Yes or no? Well, we know Georgia is one of those 8 states that we have this agreement with. That's why I use it as an example. But she moved to Miami how many months ago? Is that more than 4? Is she considered to be a resident? Yeah. So that means she loses the benefit, because mutual recognition can only be taken advantage of by non-residents. Once you become a resident of Florida, then you got to do everything you guys are doing right now to get the license. You can't cut any corners. And you'll see that here. I don't know if it's in this paragraph. Only non-residents may use education obtained in a mutual recognition state to obtain a Florida real estate license. Do you see it? You can it's the last sentence. Last sentence in that paragraph. So it's only exclusively for non-residents. If you go back to the previous page, it's on line 24. It's at the end of line 24. It says, the agreements apply exclusively to what? Non-residents. So once you become a resident of that state, you have to do everything residents do to get the license there. You can't take advantage of this benefit. Yes.
Why do they care if you're a resident? Do you have any idea, or is it just completely arbitrary?
It's a good question. I haven't dwelled on it.
But this is making me dwell. I'm going to do some research now. I'm curious.
Yeah, you're welcome to. I haven't thought about it much. I know the requirement.
I wonder if it's
And-
an antiquity law, like something that was just placed a long time ago and it's just kind of out of date.
Yeah, it's there might be an adverse effect of not having that in place. You don't want to make it a free-for-all. It wants probably a little bit more exclusivity. What that comes with, how that changes the market, the competitive landscape of our business, I don't know, because I'm not deep into the decision-making of this. But anyhow, that's how you're going to be tested for exam purposes. Remember that example. You'll see it at the end of this unit for your homework tonight. But go to page 25 and look on line 4. This breaks down the requirements. Page 25, line 4. Do you see that paragraph? It says real estate applicants approved. Okay. So why is it easier to get a license through mutual recognition? I'll show you now. If you look at the end of line 5, it says the mutual recognition applicant must demonstrate mastery of what? Florida real estate license law by passing a real estate license law exam, which is only how many questions? 40 questions. Next sentence. Do you see that? Because what changes from state to state that you need to know about if you're going to practice somewhere else? The laws. The laws are different in every single state. So they want to make sure you understand the laws if you're going to get a license to practice real estate somewhere else. So all you have to do is a law specific exam, only 40 questions versus the normal 100 question exam you would take. You still have to submit application and fingerprints, but you don't have to take a pre-license class. You're exempt from taking the pre-license course. Actually, you'll see that on line 5. It says exempt. It's on line 4 and 5. Any questions about this? Let's move on to the bottom of page 25. You'll see sales associate what? Yeah, and right beneath that on line 21, it says U.S. citizenship. Is that required or not required to get a license? So we learned just a moment ago, you don't have to be a resident of Florida to get a Florida real estate license, live anywhere you want, nor do you have to be a U.S. citizen. But look at the requirements. You have to be 18, have a high school diploma or GED, but go to the next page, page 26. You have to have a what number? Social. Do you see that as a third? So you're probably wondering, okay, Michael, how does that make sense? How do you get a social if you're a non-citizen? You need at least a work visa. Work visa, they'll assign a social to make sure you pay your fair share of what? Taxes, to make sure you're legal to work in this country. But that's not the reason they give for needing a social now. Look in the shaded box. Look in the shaded box. It says license application. Do you see that? Look at the last sentence in the first paragraph. It says the social is used to determine whether applicants are in compliance with what? Child support obligations. Yeah, that's the real reason we need a social. To make sure you pay your child support. I mean, it could serve that purpose, but it's, of course, we're adults, we can handle the truth. Make sure you're legal to work in this country and you pay your fair share of what? Taxes. That's a real reason. Let's be honest with each other. But no, it's for child support obligations. They're just sugarcoating here. Any questions? Look below the shaded box and you see educational requirements. Do you see that? Okay.
So if you are, you have not paid your taxes.
No, you could get your real estate license. Interesting enough, bankruptcy, foreclosure, tax liens by the IRS do not affect your chances of getting a real estate license, but child support does. What?
I think you have to probably go with, about, character and.
Yeah. And also there's nuance with child support and income and all of that stuff and tracking all of your employment. So anyhow. Education requirements, the class you're taking right now is what they're describing, the pre-license course. We've been approved by FREC for many a decade. It's called FREC Course 1. And we talked about what you're going to see in this course: fundamentals, principles, practices, law, and math. The next paragraph, 63 hours are going to be covered. If you're here every single day, all the hours are going to be covered. That's all you need to focus on. You need to pass an end of course exam, which is how many questions? Multiple choice, lucky for you. Computerized test. How is it organized? 45 are about principles and practices, almost half. The other 45 are about the laws. And the last 10 questions, I can tell you for sure, 10 questions are going to be math. And that's a piece of cake. What's your passing grade need to be? For your first attempt, we already talked about. Second attempt, yes, for the class. 70% or higher for your first. If you don't pass, you have to wait 30 days. You have up to a year to retest or your second attempt. And now your passing grade needs to be 75% or higher. State exam is always 75%. But the class, first attempt is 70, second attempt 75.
Is there a wait period for state?
No, 24 hours. Excuse me. There is. What we just described and what's on our handout, the 5-step guide towards getting your license, is right here in this shaded box. You can miss no more than 8 hours of instruction. Has to be made up within 30 days. We already talked about that. Any questions? Okay. We talked about certificate for passing the class exam. Bring that with you to the testing facility, the passing grade. Any questions here? Okay, the waiting period, if you don't, that's here as well. But that's also on your handout. Go to the next section below the shaded box, line 1, and it says exemptions to what? You see the figure 2.3? You see that chart? Let's focus on that chart. It says summary of what? Education exemptions. If you have a 4-year degree in real estate, God bless you. I was curious about this when I really got into education, real estate education. And I know that you can take real estate course similar to what you have here to get a degree in real estate. And I'm thinking, how much more different can it be from taking the 2-week class that we offer here at Cameron Academy? So I did research and I interacted with a professor and I said, hey, listen, by any chance, we built some good rapport with each other. I'm thinking about doing this education, being instructing at a collegiate level or being a professor. Would you mind sharing the curriculum, what you teach in that class? It's exactly what we talk about in this 2-week course. There's nothing that's different. Nothing, guys.
Just a deeper dive.
It's a 4-year. They basically take a 2-week course and stretch it over 4 years of education, semester by semester, and you have to pay $80,000 or whatever it is to get that degree. For what? What's the purpose? Well, let's see the benefit. Let's take a look. The course you're taking right now, course 1, to become a sales associate, you don't have to take that class. Oh, congratulations. You just dedicated 4 years. I would assume you wouldn't have to also take a 2-week class. I mean, it's silly. Brett, course 2 is the pre-licensed course to become a what? Look in parentheses. Broker. You don't have to take that either. And you're exempt from your first renewal. Write that down above post-license. Write down first renewal. The first renewal that you have to come back and complete with us is called a post-licensing course. Whether you're a sales associate or you're a broker, newly licensed sales associate or broker, you have to complete your first renewal with us. It's called a post-license. Sales associates, that's a 45-hour class. And you never have to do a 45-hour class ever again. Nor do you have to do a 63-hour course ever again. It does get easier. And we'll talk about when that has to be completed, so you have all of that valuable information once you get your license and know what you're obligated to complete. First renewal is a 45-hour post-license class for sales associate. For broker, it's a 60-hour class. And it's your most important renewal. If you're late by 1 day for your first renewal, you lose everything and have to start all over again. So you definitely don't want to miss out on that information and focus and take note of it. But every renewal after the first is called a CE. What does CE stand for? Yes. So you can write second and beyond renewals. So your second plus or beyond renewals. It's called a CE, continue education, every 2 years, the biennial renewal. So that means every other year. But you're not exempt from that. If you have a degree, you still have to complete that with us. We've been certified to teach these classes for over 2 decades. And if you talk about a Florida licensed attorney, by the way, once you get a degree in real estate or you become a licensed attorney in the state of Florida, they don't say, oh, congratulations, here's also a real estate license when you get your diploma, for instance. No, you still have to submit an application, submit fingerprints, pass a state exam. So after all of that, you still have to go through the state testing requirements and so forth. It's very silly. If you're an attorney, you're exempt from taking this class to get the license, sales associate, but you still have to take the pre-license course to become a broker. You're not exempt from your first renewal, but since you always have to stay up to date with laws as a lawyer, you're exempt from CE, which is only 14 hours every 2 years.
Really saved a lot of time.
So if you think about it, it's not a huge commitment. 14 hours every 2 years that you have to complete with us, and we make the process very simple. So if you guys Should have no issue completing that piece of cake. Let's move on. We already talked about this in your shaded box, time limit for pre-licensed education. The certificate we issue is good for how long? It's valid for 2 years. Same thing for your application and fingerprints once it's approved. Go to the next page, page 28, license examinations. Look at the first two sentences. It says the license exam is a multiple choice exam, computerized test, offered in English and in what? I'm going to tell you something that they probably don't want you to know about. And if anybody talks about it, you've had experiences with other schools. It's because we share this. We're innovators, not imitators. But anyhow, the state exam is offered in English and in Spanish. Who's heard the rumor floating around that you should take your exam in Spanish? Some people might say it's an easier test. It's not an easier test. That is misinformation. And that's what other schools just don't know about when they share it, if they do. But what you need to know is that they hired somebody from Spain to translate 20 versions of the English exam for the Spanish-speaking community because there was a demand and there was a need for it here in Florida. We have a large Spanish-speaking population. They said, okay, we'll contract with this company to translate, but they're from Spain. Okay, most people in Florida who speak Spanish, they're not Spaniards, okay? Which is a different dialect, by the way, and words could be different, mixed up, and it's Caribbean Spanish, it's South American, Central American Spanish, very few from Spain, so why would they do that? Oh, it's the most traditional Spanish.
Congregations are entirely different,
Whatever. They did it. Doesn't change the history. And this company they hired, professional translators, they stopped at 5 versions of the test. And they said, that's all we could do. Take it or leave it. And they're like, you were hired to translate all 20 versions of the test that you're contracted for. We're going to pay you for it. Okay, then pay us less, but this is all we can do. Why can't you do it? Some words in English don't translate into Spanish, and especially real estate terminology is too difficult for us. So you're going to have backlash if you try to translate these other versions of the test and these questions that we just want to stay away from. Stick with the 5. Nobody's going to complain about it. And they stuck with it. Still exists today. And we're talking about, a couple of decades ago. So in Spanish, there's only 5 versions of the test. In English, 20 possible versions of the test that they can pull from and challenge you with. Now, you might be thinking, okay, that's all great, but I don't speak Spanish. So who even gives a flip? You care because I took my state exam in Spanish and I don't speak Spanish, at least not fluently. Okay, mi esposa es mexicana. Mis hijos habla español poquito, okay? Mejor de mí, no, that doesn't even make sense. Whatever, estoy tratando, pero es muy difícil, okay? I'm working on it and it's difficult, okay? Just bear with me. Point is this, I'm not gonna take an exam in Spanish. How did I do it? Well, you schedule in Spanish because you wanna get the benefit of everything that comes with the Spanish version of the test. There's only 5 possible versions that they can test you on. Plus, the questions were easier to convert from English into Spanish. So they chose the questions that are a little bit more clear, a little bit more straightforward. Not those very complicated questions that we see on English tests all the time. Who is not exempt from license? Like, who's not exempt? That's a double negative. But we do that in America for whatever reason to really challenge you, make it tricky. There's no translation for that. So you won't have questions like that on your exam. No tricky questions if you take the Spanish version. They sit you down in front of a computer screen. It's going to be in Spanish, but there's a button in the upper right-hand corner that says traducir.
No.
Or traducir. No. You click that button once, it will translate not just that page that you're on, but the entire exam from Spanish into English. So you take this, you schedule Spanish, you click that button, convert it to English. You're welcome. Who speaks Spanish now? Raise your hand. Everybody speaks Spanish now. Schedule in Spanish. And you listen, you might not, are you sure? You promise the button's gonna be there? I promise. And look, it's right here in your textbook. It says on line 5, you may toggle back and forth between English and Spanish translations. That they just added that.
That's a cheat code.
Does that mean you only
I try to give you every edge that exists, so take advantage of it. Passing grade is always 75% or higher, even for the Spanish test. Any questions on this?
Oh, I'm a mess with some people
Yeah.
that I took mine in Spanish. I've been working on
There
it.
you go. Yeah, tell them. You took it in Spanish? Yeah, it's pretty impressive, right? Yeah, Duolingo, whatever. So before you can begin to work and practice in the profession, what does your license status need to be? Active. We already know that. It's confirmed again. Any questions? That's on line 13 and 14, but we already saw that. It's just, they repeat a lot in the textbook. You might have noticed that already. Any questions? Okay. Let's continue. Go to page 29. Page 29. People contacting me. So check it out. On line 3, you see post-licensing education. We know this is the first renewal. You'll see that on line 5. It says first renewal of their license. Do you see that? And it says you must successfully complete the post-licensing requirement before your first renewal. And this is the first renewal required education. Come back with us. It's a 45-hour class. You do it online. You can watch videos, take an exam afterwards. You don't have to take a state exam. Only a class exam to earn a certificate. That's it. Piece of cake. No more state exam. Only pass a state exam once. But what if you don't complete that required education before your first renewal? Your license, look on line 8, becomes null and what? Void. And look on line 9. Actually, no, it's on line 10. It says you're required to do what? Requalify for licensure. So that means start all over again as if you've never had a license. Don't let it happen to you. And that's why I recommend to all my students, and you'll thank me if you take advantage of this, as soon as you pass the state exam, come right back and just knock out the post. What do? When you get the certificate, we see successful completion. Your hours get automatically reported to the state. It stays on file with the beeper. Now you never have to do a post license again. And when they ask you to pay your renewal fee, you pay it. That's it. That's how simple. No state exam. But if you wait till last minute, maybe you can't complete a 45-hour class in time, you lose your license, you have to start all over again. I had a student in the last class, her name was Eva Lise, and she was like giving her testimonial, please, please. She was one of my students. She was like, please do not listen to Michael, just do it. And she had to do the class all over again. Now, she's with me. She knows how I take care of class and so forth. So she's comfortable with how we present. However, it was painful for her. Imagine going through all of that, passing the state exam, the exhilaration, starting a career, all of this stuff, and then boom, have to start all over again. It's a setback. ×2. Any questions about this? Okay. There's only one exception to the rule for a late renewal. And listen, the state, the beeper, they got tough skin. They've heard every excuse under the sun why you didn't renew one time and why you had 2 years around that to take care of it and you didn't. So it has to be a really good excuse. But if you go to page 30, you'll see at the end of line 1, under hardship, you have to prove either a physical hardship. Do you see that? End of line 1?
Yes.
And then at the end of line 5, or you might have to prove a what type of hardship? Economic hardship. Those are the only 2 exceptions. You were physically in a coma, okay, or you couldn't afford to renew your license. Then you might make an exception. But they like for people to be proactive if that's the case and notify them beforehand so they can work with you. Continuing education, below the shaded box, you see that? CE, it's every 2 years. You'll see that it's a biennial renewal is how they describe it, but you see on line 13, it says every 2 years. Any questions about this? All right, it's only how many hours? 14 hours, piece of cake. Go to line 26. It says a licensee may substitute. Do you see that paragraph? The paragraph that starts off, a licensee may substitute attendance at one legal agenda session of FREC for 3 hours towards your CE per renewal cycle. You'll see per renewal cycle, line 28. We talked about Florida Real Estate Commission, right? The Florida Real Estate Commission, FREC, they're police for Florida Real Estate License Law. They meet once a month. Conveniently located downtown Orlando, that's where they meet, in the Division of Real Estate's headquarters. You can attend the meeting, they're open to the public. But if you have your license, you attend the meeting, you sign in with your license number, they'll give you 3 hours credit towards your 14-hour renewal, if that's what you're due for. You still have to complete 11 additional hours for that renewal cycle, but you just come back to us and take care of it. On page 31. Page 31. To become a broker, what are the requirements? You are curious. I mentioned there were 6 steps, right? The 5 steps that we talked about for sales associate, which is pre-license course, fingerprints, application, passing the state exam, or passing the class exam and passing the state exam. But then we added experience was the additional step to become a broker. You have to have experience as an associate to eventually become a broker. You'll see evidence of this on line 2. Before you can even apply for the broker's license, a Florida sales associate must fulfill the what? 45-hour post-licensing requirement first before you can apply. And then look at the pre-licensed course on line 7. It's called course 2. But if you look at line 9, it's 69 plus 3 hours. That's a total of 72 hours. It's a 72-hour pre-licensed course. But what's the experience? I like this on the paragraph on line 11. Line 11. It says must have at least an active license for 2 years within a 5-year period. That's it. Active license for 2 years within 5 years. And you fulfill that requirement. How crazy is that? Right? 2 years and 5 years. Doesn't say anything about completing any one single real estate transaction. And if you look at those numbered items, that just tells you the different ways you can earn that 2 years. You could read through it later on tonight. It could be in Florida, another state, or even a foreign jurisdiction. But you have to submit that experience and hope that they approve it. So that has nothing to do with what's in the textbook. It's at their discretion. Go to page 32. As a broker, your first renewal is called a post. And how many hours is it? It's on line 3. If you're late, you lose the broker's license. It becomes null and void, line 4, by operation of law. And the brokers, look on line 5, the broker may revert to a what license? On line 5, sales associate. So you have to start as a sales associate all over again. 2 years experience, and you lose all of the education you contributed towards getting the broker's license. I mean, it's tough, very tough. Every 2 years after that is the same thing as if you're a sales associate. It's a 14-hour CE. Same renewal for brokers as it is for sales associates. Every 2 years after the first renewal, CE, 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 every 2 years. Yep.
So does that mean if you have a brokerage and your broker license lapses, does that mean that your brokerage has to basically shut down, or?
You can't find another qualifying broker to take your position. It's going to be very tedious and time consuming to navigate that. It's because you probably have to get them into the entity, make them a managing member of the entity, or give them shares, and then you have to have a lawyer to figure that out. But yes, it's something we'll talk about in Unit 5.
Yeah. Okay.
Question.
So you said after taking the state exam, we have to do the 45-hour posting license.
Yes.
I did like every 2 years.
Yeah, you have time to get it done.
Yeah.
But my recommendation, and hopefully you take my advice, is as soon as you pass the state exam, just knock out the 45-hour class. Then you don't have to ever think about a 45-hour class ever again. And you're not waiting until last minute to get it done, because you're late by one day. That's it, null and void. You got to start all over again. So why risk it, is what I'm saying. And if you're one of my students in the past that have dealt with that issue, if I had them here right now, they'd be like, please, dear God, do not make the same mistake I made. You don't want to go through it all over again. It's devastating, and it sets you back so far. Next is some terminology. That's it. Registration is the first term. What does it mean? It's the process of doing what? That's it. And what you see below that in the paragraph is various examples of registration. When you submit your application to DeBeeper, myfloridalicense.com, to try to get your sales associate license, you're registering with them. That's one form of registration. That's how they use that term for a real estate licensure. When you make your license active with a broker, you have to submit a form to DeBeeper, the Florida Licensing Authority. They keep track of who you hang your license with to make your status active. That's another form of registration. So there's various examples. You can read through it. But let's go to the next term, licensure. Licensure is just like it sounds. It's what you get when you pass the state exam. They send you your license via email. When I got my license, it was by mail. I had a physical license. And one year they did plastic. Every other year they did paper. So they give you a PDF. Sometimes they give you like this thick cardstock where it's perforated and you can pop it out and put it in your wallet. But now it's just an email. You got to print it out, PDF, laminate it, and stuff it in your wallet. They expect you to have it on you at all times, like your driver's license, to show prima facie evidence. Prima facie evidence. Facie evidence, whatever the pronunciation. Yeah, Fauci, which is just pardoned, by the way, which is very interesting. Anyhow, you'll see right here, prima facie evidence. It's evidence that is good and sufficient on its face to prove a given fact. So by you having your license on your person and revealing that to somebody, that's evidence that you're a real estate professional. That's all it means. When would you actually need your license, though? I mean, very few times. What, you think a cop is going to pull you over? Do you know how fast you were going? You have your real estate license and registration? No, they don't care about that. But if you're going to like a high-end neighborhood with like one of those security checkpoints, and they're looking at your license plate, they say, okay, well, why are you here today? Are you visiting? No, I'm doing a tour of a property that's listed for sale here with my buyer. They're actually behind me in the next vehicle behind. So they'll say, okay, where's your real estate license? Anyhow, just one example, random, that comes to mind. Go to page 33 and you'll see that definition once again in the shaded box, first paragraph, but let's go down to line 1. And this is the last subject of this unit. This is the last subject of the unit. Real estate what? There's 8 services of real estate you need to know. You're going to be tested on. I can almost guarantee you're going to see this on your state exam. And to help you remember the 8 services, think of the acronym. Gotta love these acronyms. A-bar sale. So the 8 services of real estate include advertising, buying, appraising, renting, selling, auctioning, leasing, and exchanging. Why do you need to know these 8? Go to the next page. Line 10. Anyone, you see the paragraph that says anyone? Anyone who performs real estate services for another for compensation of any type must be licensed. And we talked about compensation. What is it? Let's look at the definition. It's anything of what? Value or valuable consideration. Directly or indirectly paid, because people try to be slick. And it says directly paid, promised or expected to be paid or received. Let me explain it. Did you know that the promise of being paid is the same as being paid, even if you don't get paid? Just the promise.
Just on credit.
Yeah. So, for instance, if I promise I'm going to pay you to complete a real estate service and you don't have a real estate license, are you allowed to accept that promise? No. to even accept that promise, you have violated real estate license law. And actually, to give you that promise, I'd be in violation as well, both of us, because of the incentive that was given, the intention of receiving money, and the expectation. Do you understand? Works both ways. You'll see an example of this type of question on your exam. You'll see it for your homework tonight. For instance, you're helping your parents sell property they own. Whatever goes into helping them out, but you don't have a real estate license. They say, hey, listen, thank you so much for helping me out. When we complete the deal, I'm going to give you a couple $1,000. You say, yeah, pay me whatever you think is fair after we complete the deal. And you continue with that arrangement. The deal is completed. They try to give you a couple $1,000. Can you take that money? Absolutely not. You're not a real estate licensee. How can you receive compensation for providing a real estate service? That's what you're doing with helping them get their property sold. Oh, but their family, isn't there some type of exception if their family? No, we never mentioned that they own the property together. We said you're helping a family member. There's no exception for that. You're still providing services to another for compensation. You need a license for that. You remember transactional basis? So it's unacceptable, and it's actually a violation on both sides. You'll see an example of this tonight. Any questions about that? And it's anything of value. Could that include event tickets, Orlando Magic tickets, all of that? A gift basket. Is that something of value? Yeah, that's compensation. I know it's silly, but it's true. If you're tested on that, stick with that mantra, okay? Anything of value. We already talked about this. Let's move on. Go to exemptions from needing a real estate license. They're divided into 5 groups. Starting on line 38, do you see the 5? Let's go through them. Let's actually move on to the next page, and they're broken down for us. Go to page 35. Here they are. Owner exemption. If you own the property, do you need a real estate license to sell it?
Hard to, but
No. What about to rent it? No. For sale by owner, for rent by owner, that exists and it's acceptable. And various forms of ownership that talks about stockholders, partners, even timeshare. Do you see timeshare? The last bullet point. Exemptions based on your career, line 13. If you're the first one, line 15, is an attorney providing legal services in a real estate transaction. They do this all the time. You could use, instead of a title company, to coordinate the closing of a real estate transaction, coordinate the contracts that everybody needs to sign and hold money. Lawyers do it. They can provide title services, title transfer services, and they get compensated even though they don't have a real estate license. CPAs, you know about this, Cisco. I could tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, listen, I'm helping a buddy sell their business and they need the financials to be in order because when we market it for sale, the buyer that might be interested in buying, they're going to ask for financials and they're not prepared. They're not organized. So I need you to come in and reconcile their bank accounts and balance everything out and put it in a document so we can present it to a prospective buyer. And you can get compensated for that effort, even though you don't have a real estate license, but you're involved in the transaction. And appraisers, almost every single real estate transaction requires an appraisal. Maybe you've seen this. An estimated value, because you don't want to overpay for a property, and the lender, if you're getting financing, would require an appraisal to be conducted. And they could be compensated in the real estate transaction, but for that service. Salaried employees receive an exemption. And starting on line 32 is the first example. Salaried employee of an apartment community. Have you seen that? If you're hired to manage an apartment community, you don't need a real estate license, paid strictly on a what basis? Salary. That's this whole section. You can issue lease agreements too, and it says on line 35, note in parentheses, real estate licensees are prohibited from completing leases more than what? 1 year in duration. Do you see that? But prior to that, it says Salaried employees may complete leases regardless of the length of tenancy. So right before that, excuse me. Next on line 37, salaried employees of condo complexes. Okay. And you can issue leases as well. No longer than 1 year. That's on line 38. And salaried employees of an owner developer. Do you see that? Like a timeshare? You can receive a salary, but that's all you could be compensated. Nothing transactional. To receive transactional requires a real estate what? License. Perfect. We're almost done. Go to the next page. Page 36. If you're appointed by the court of law to handle a real estate transaction, for instance, look on line 6. You're assigned as an executor of a deceased person's estate. Somebody passes away, you're the closest relative, or you're appointed based on their will to handle their estate and liquidating their assets, real estate, for instance. On line 8, if you're an attorney in fact, what does that mean? Well, look on line 10. We're talking about POA. What does POA stand for, line 10? Have you ever heard of power of attorney, this legal document?
Yeah.
So you use this legal document to handle legal matters on another person's behalf. You can give power of attorney to whoever you want. Could be a relative, could be a friend. But now you're giving them legal authority to be you, handle legal matters as if they are you. And you're assigning them as an attorney in fact. That's the name that's the title they get when you give them power of attorney. They become an attorney in fact. The word attorney means a form of representation. They're representing you when it comes to certain material facts, relevant legal matters. Miscellaneous exemptions. If you rent a mobile home lot, recreational vehicle lot, you don't need a real estate license to rent that out. If you're selling a cemetery lot, the second bullet point, you don't need a license. If you're selling a business that's publicly traded in the stock market, you don't need a real estate license. If you work at the reception desk at a hotel, motel, Holiday Inn, you don't need a real estate license to rent a room. And if you live in an apartment complex, you're a tenant in an apartment complex, and you refer a friend to that same complex, you could get no more than how much cash, even though you don't have a real estate license? $50. That's real estate referral money, but no more than 50 cash. Any questions about this? We're done with this unit. What time were we scheduled to get out? 2? Yes.
Earlier you said something, license for CMA for people that don't.
It's a CAM license.
Yes,
Community Association Management License, yes.
so that's a license for people that do sell mobile homes.
To manage a mobile home park,
And it's-
yes. A community of homes.
Oh,
Good question. The CAM license, not a lot of people are thinking about that.
Selling mobile homes is a license. Or,
Mobile home lot,
yeah, that.
recreational vehicle lot.
yeah,
To rent them, excuse me. To rent them, to sell them, yes. Because they're a deeded piece of real estate. Unless it's a cemetery lot, then you don't need a real estate license to sell that. Interesting. And I've had previous students that sold cemetery lots, but they did telesales for cemetery lots, trying to sell people cemetery lots over the phone. And I was like, okay, well, wait a second. First of all, ethically speaking, where are you getting that list from? Who are you calling to sell them a cemetery lot? Who are you calling? Some gray area up there. It's like, okay, like, who are you calling? Like hospice centers, like you're calling
Churches.
retirement communities, and like, okay.
Mortuaries.
Anyhow, we're done with our session for today. We're done a little bit early. Got you guys out on time. How do you guys feel? First day of school? Good? You're enjoying it so far? Learning a lot?
Mhm.
What are we doing tonight?
What's the home thing? What should we be doing?
At the end of units 1 and 2,
oh, the.
complete
unit.
those, yes, the unit exam. So at the end of unit 1, you'll see it says Unit 1 exam. At the end of Unit 2, it says Unit 2 exam. Complete those, have your answers ready for tomorrow. We're going to review together as a class, and we're going to discuss the most important parts of that unit that we covered in the previous day's session. That'll be tomorrow. For preparing for your state exam, it's the highlights. That's what we're highlighting, the most important parts of each unit. And then to give you even more of an edge, the exam prep. Get the exam prep. I'm telling you, there's a 3-day free trial for the exam prep. Yeah, do the QR code, get the 3 days, see what's in there, see if you like it. You're gonna like it. It's everything you need. It's comprehensive. And then cancel it. There's a button that says cancel a membership. You cancel it anytime. And then we'll cancel that membership. It's like $10 a month. $10 a month. Cheapest. How long is it gonna take you to pass your state exam? A month? There's no exam prep for $10. No exam prep out there that's $10. I'm gonna tell you right now. None.
2 weeks after.
I put my hand down on. I'm not gonna do that. You get what I'm saying. They're all $100 easily, but I want to make sure you pass on your first attempt, and that's the benefit of taking classes with Cameron Academy. All right. Push in your chairs, clean up your mess, drive safe. God bless. I will see you. Mañana. Question.
So what is the other ways we can take the class if we can't make it again?
If you can't be here physically,
Mhm.
then you can take it online.
Okay.
Just email us so we can give you the live stream link, the Zoom link, so you can attend online. If you absolutely can't be here at all for the whole day, then you have to make it up.
Okay.
Either you wait to the next class, which a lot of people don't want to do because they don't want to delay this process, or you can get the link. You can get the link for the units you missed, and you just pay for access to it. $25 per unit. Bye. Take care.
Oh, you pay for it?
If you want to do the videos, if you want to attend in the
Online?
next class,
Mm.
then we don't charge you for that.
Oh, okay.
I
But-
said if you absolutely can't be here the whole day.
Yeah. Mhm.
We do have an evening class going on as well.
Here,
No, it's in Dr. Phillips.
is there any, because Wednesday of that day,
It-
I want.
No, it's only online. The evening class is only online. So we just ask us for the link and then we'll give it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so you don't miss a day,
Yes.
just in case. You have flexibility. Morning class has flexibility. Evening class doesn't have that option. But anyhow,
I'll
just
tell you.
support at admin@cameronacademy.com, and yeah, we'll be able to help you out.
It's only on Wednesday, so
No worries.
thank you.
We'll accommodate and we'll give you the options if you need something else
Okay.
other than that.
Thank you.
All right, have a great rest of your day. Productive day. Valerie, did you have a question? Looks like maybe you're breaking up. All right, have a great day. Cheers.